so they can be a product of society and go out there and get higher education. I know it's not an easy task sometimes, and sometimes as a whole, I think our teachers are forgotten. Right? We all know how it is down in the States. You guys do a wonderful job, and they're underpaid. I wish you could get more money, but no, thank you from the bottom of my heart what you do, and I wish you all a great school year. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning. My name is Ed. I am your school liaison officer. I'm going to talk to you later on. I work for CYP and MWR. I also basically am, I'm going to date myself here, because even though I look like a spring chicken, I'm actually kind of old and falling apart. I talk to engineers, and I talk to the customer, because we don't want the customers and engineers talking to each other. And I'm massively shorter than Sampson. And I'll try not to yell. I'm loud because I'm emotionally deaf. I tell my students that all the time. So unfortunately, housing can't be here, but I'm going to talk on their behalf. So housing here in Gitmo is amazing. It's the best housing in the city. It's the best housing in the world, and there's no problems. Thank you very much. Pretty quick and easy. Well, used to, you got here and you got into your temp house, but I think now you come here and you get right to your permanent assignment. Everyone's in a permanent house now. Alright, that's a lot better. Cool. So there's 14 neighborhoods all over the place. There's a lot of cool stuff. This is like not very important for you. We'll skip through the stuff that's not important. Everyone has gotten their kitchen kit, right? Complete family. Kitchen kit. If you're new, if you haven't, just let me know. Does that work over that building? Okay, excellent. We'll skip all that stuff. Here's the important stuff for housing. I don't know where I'm going with this. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, number one, please keep all your stuff kind of neat and put together. We don't have a lot of hurricanes. When hurricanes come, it's like a mad scrabble. There's also, if anyone has never lived on a military installation before, there are feral yard kids all over the place. It's the best part of living on it. If you don't want feral yard kids playing in your yard, you can put things away. Because if it's in the front yard, it's free for all. If you pull a kiddie pool up, there'll be kids in there. Your kids, my kids, somebody's kids. No one knows, but there's kids out there, right? It's not the end of the world. I know no one here is a speed demon, hopefully. Please go slow. They're everywhere. They're on e-bikes, they're on scooters, they're barefoot, who knows, they're all over the place. Please don't be doing any maintenance out in the front of your house. Number one, the mosquitoes will eat you alive. Number two, you're not allowed to. If you do need to do vehicle maintenance, there's an automotive skill shop. It's completely equipped. And there's a quick class you take on a Saturday. It'll let you get up under a lift. Real easy. But don't be doing it in front of your house. Don't keep your boat in your house. I don't think anyone's ever tried that because there's no way you could fit a boat in the driveway, but don't do that. Don't be doing that stuff. Pets are allowed, only 2 pets per household. Make sure you get over to the vet clinic. They do get filled up really quick, so if you've got a dog or a cat, you're gonna wanna kind of plan ahead. And just remember that they're here for the canines, not for us. So if there's when you have scheduled and the canine gets hurt, you're gonna get bounced and the canine's gonna get in there. The vet is awesome. The vet will come to your house if they need to. The vet will see you at midnight. When our puppy passed on, we brought her in at like 11:30 at night and they met us there after that. So the vet is amazing, but there's only like 4 people in the vet clinic. So there's only so many hours in a day. Everyone's good for that. I'm sorry. Boom. Here's the big thing. And I'm going to print a bunch of these out, laminate them, and bring them down for you. But there used to be an app that you could use for your housing. They got rid of the app, and the app stopped working. The app is gone. Okay. There was a phone number you could call, but apparently that is also not working. So now there's a sweet QR code. If you Google it on your phone, you then can't take a picture of it. Okay. So I will have these printed out for you guys. I'll put them in your mailboxes in the back. What I did is just, and I didn't glue it because that would be wrong. I still glued it. I glued it right up on the back side of the cabinet over my stove. So when I wake up in the morning and something terrible has happened, which is pretty common here, I can just take a picture and put it in. Routine, they will be sometime during the week. urgent, should be there. It says due date, they should be there like that day. So if it's AC or water or something really bad happening, just hit them up and do it. And don't be afraid to put a new request in like every day. Hey, there's still water all over my kitchen. My stove still doesn't work, okay? There's not that many dudes in the maintenance shop, and so sometimes they get overwhelmed. Sometimes they come out and look at it and confirm that it's broken and then walk off. You have to like remind them that they have to come back, but you gotta do this. You gotta do this. I'm sorry, this thing is beat me up.
I can just.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize.
I'm not technologically capable.
Hold on, let me just adjust this real quick.
Boom. If you have to, and again, it's on the sticker, if they're not getting any love from V2X, give them a call. Give them a call. All right? If you're not getting love, give them a call. The squeaky wheel gets the grease here. I know sometimes I personally don't like putting in requests because I feel like I'm bothering somebody. But they won't fix it if they don't know about it. And there's no hardware store, so you really can't fix it yourself. All right? So if you have any problems with housing, do this. If you have a persistent issue, you talk to admin, you talk to this number, and you still can't get any love, I just complain, or you can tell me. Because then I sit at the department head meeting once a week, and I'm like, hey, sir, we're having a huge issue with X, Y, and Z. We have a Marine that I just know, because I am also a reservist, whose ceiling was leaking onto his bed for like 3 months. And finally I had to go, hey, sir, it doesn't belong to me, but I get face-to-face time, and this is a huge issue. And they fixed it. Maybe. The water stuff, so who knows what happened. All right. Most importantly, oh, thank you. Can you just scroll to the grade? These are her slides, the grade slides are mine. Here you go. Because none of the numbers on none of the buildings here make any sense, and none of the signs are accurate. If you don't know where housing is, don't rely on the signs. You'll get lost. It's not a very big base, but it's easy to get lost on this base. So if you roll down Sherman Avenue, there's Sweet and Family and the headquarters building up there. Housing is that little, with the blue arrow. So you just kind of make a right, you go up, and you park right there, head on in, and levy your complaint, remarks, comments, issues, concerns. Face-to-face time is amazing. If you're waiting on your personal property, and like your air tag says it's here, but no one has called you yet, if you go one more road up, there's a big building with NAPSA painted on the side. Go ahead, second deck, talk to the lady up there. Sometimes your items just get lost somehow. I don't know how, personally, I don't know. But if you go and remind them, they'll schedule your drop off and then they'll bring you your items. All right, so just if you're waiting on things, I know it's hard to get time off. That's where I come in for you guys. If you can't get time off, I have no problem wandering over there and saying, hey, I know there's no air tags allowed, but dude, we know the stuff's here, and we'll get you your items. If you shipped a vehicle, right, at the very top part, that's where your vehicle will show up. It'll come off the barge. Sometimes they call you, sometimes they don't. You just have to drive over there and look, and you'll see your car. Like, oh, look at that, my car. All right? And then security's here to tell you how to get your car out of vehicle jail and how to register your car. So that's a process. Can we go to the next one?
Hey, Dan,
Yes, ma'am.
just want to mention, if you're new, and you bring in a personal visitor, you will have to go to housing to get their entry clearance signed if they're gonna stay at your house. So you also need to know housing, so you can bring your own visitors. You go there, get your 5512 stamped for them to come. So before you take it to VRO. So I know there's a lot, but knowing where housing is important for lots of reasons, but including if you ever want to bring your family to visit.
Yes, sorry, I forgot about that. No one can see. So this is what I'm going to do for you guys. I put this together. There's family housing. If you're in a company housing, there's yours. There's your phone calls. There's your categories. There's your phone numbers. All that cool stuff. Okay, if you did not bring a lawnmower, a weed whacker, don't ask for rakes. I don't have any. I don't know why. But if you need stuff for self-help, if you go down to the post office that's never open when you guys are off, self-help is conveniently for like 35 minutes. You got a window. You got a window. But you get down to self-help right there. You can go in, sign up lawnmowers, weed whackers, vacuums, power floor cleaners, all sorts of cool stuff, all right? Sometimes they're all out, so don't wait till your lawn is like, it does actually grow, and everything here is brown and dead right now. It does rain in the winter, so don't wait till your lawn's knee-high to go in, but you can go down there and self-help. You have 3 days to turn your stuff in. No one's going to hunt you down. The only thing is if you have like the power washer, or I have the power washer, so I'm power washing something for project and you need it and it's just in the back of my truck for like a week and a half, you can't get it back. So it's like the library. No one's really gonna hunt you down, but if you have the one working lawnmower, no one else has. And then there was actually something, hey, I noticed you got that in your car, but that's self-help. If you hit Rasta Hill, you've gone too far. And then that is it. Do I have any questions for housing? I apologize for their not being here. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just the appointment.
Okay.
Do I shut a call or?
For a makeup appointment?
Yeah.
I would just give them a ring and then they should schedule you. You can also just go directly in and just give your name. Don't just give your name and walk away. You gotta give your name, then you gotta get past like the entry routing and talk to the actual employee. Yes. So just, if you just head over there, that's usually around here. That seems to be the best. Is just go in person. That's how you get most things done. Which I know is difficult because you guys have a very tight schedule. Everyone else has a little bit of time they can break away. So again, so later in the year, if you're having issues like that, if you let me know, that's something I can go over there. At least get the information and bring you. I can be that. Like, no. Any other questions? Concerns? Irrational fears? You turned your passports in, right? Don't believe. All right. Jokes on you. There's no flights out here anyway. So you don't have to listen to me nonstop since public affairs missed a flight, and that's me too. I'm going to have the security come on up to give you a break. Otherwise, you're going to listen to me a lot today. Can we just go to security? MA2, right? MA1. Coach. Every seller I ever do. I just assumed all four.
Good morning, everybody. My name is MA1 Tony Cook. I work with the Naval Station Guantanamo Bay Security Department. I'm actually pretty short here. I leave in 2 weeks, but I've been here for almost 2 years now. So I'm going to go over some of the expectations here on base, and then I'm going to answer any questions that you may have being new to the base. One thing that we do have an issue with here on board the installation is speeding is one of our consistent problems. The highest speed limit here on base is 45, and that's only in one area. Everywhere else, it's below 35, and there's nowhere on base you need to go faster than that to get to, I promise you. We do have an issue during school hours for pickup and drop-off. We actually stationed a unit right outside here to enforce the speed limits and the reduced speed limit in here, because there are some people who do not take it into account. That is something that we do feel very strongly about. So we should have it every school day, morning and afternoon. Whenever the buses are picking up kids, the times where there's a lot of transit on the roadway over there. Another issue that we have is, it shouldn't be a problem for anybody here, but there is a DUI problem that we have consistently here on base. If you come from Army background or Marine background, some of their instructions differ a little bit than the Navy's. The Navy instruction is that if you are operating a government vehicle, it is zero tolerance. If you are in a government vehicle, it is zero alcohol in your system to be operating that. Otherwise, it is a under the influence charge. For any other instance, if you are at 0.049 or below, you would be asked to park the vehicle and find another means home and collect your vehicle in the morning. It's not charged, not like that, but for safety reasons, we don't know if your BAC is going up or coming down. So we're going to ask you to stop the vehicle and just get yourself another safe way to get home. We do have Safe Ride on base. Those cards are available on the PAO's website as well as the Facebook page. They operate most evenings as well as on the weekends for anybody who does enjoy partaking. If you have anything 0.05 or over, it will be a charge. We do take that very seriously, as we've actually had a couple incidents here recently that have cost us a little more than we were ready to. Our policy on base here for implied consent. So just like most of the states, we have an implied consent rule in the GMDVC, the Guantanamo Bay Motor Vehicle Code, which implies that if you are going to operate a motor vehicle here on the station, you have given your consent to provide. Sorry, I threw that here. Apologies. You're going to give your consent for blood, breath, alcohol, urine, whatever is needed to determine a BAC. If you decline to provide that information on a reasonable stop where we have probable cause to believe there is alcohol or under the influence happening, we will issue a 6-month driver suspension notice. Now, you can't contest that at traffic court if you feel it was unnecessary or improper. So you will be given a traffic court date, and you'll be able to address it there if you feel it was not an appropriate issuance. The other thing we have here on base is we do have a number of wild animals that are they lack any fear of humans. The main one being the iguanas, which I'm sure you've seen. The iguanas are pretty docile. They have zero interest in you. They're not really scared of you. They do have a very nasty bite if you get bitten. They have a lot of very small teeth. They bite hard and then they thrash. So they give you a pretty nasty bite. So please advise kids, don't go up and pet the iguanas. Some of them will let you, but it's not a risk that's worth taking. They get on you, they get a really nasty chomp on, especially the big ones. The banana rats they're special. So the iguanas and banana rats, if they're out in the middle of the street, please slow down because they don't understand that they cannot win against a Honda. So please be mindful. The iguanas are a protected species, so if you do get caught hitting one of those, that's up to a $10,000 fine. So please be very careful with that. There are a couple of feral dogs on the base. Don't interact with them. They're not necessarily aggressive, but they're not friendly. So most likely they will run from you, but please don't be calling them over or anything like that. There's a lot of feral cats on the base as well. Most of them, if you have food, they're friendly towards you. Otherwise, they just kind of run away and leave you alone. If you choose to adopt one, there are processes that you can go through to adopt one. We just ask that if you have any animals while you're here, please don't abandon them when you leave. That's a terrible thing to do. If you would like to get a vehicle registered while you're here, there is a location called the VRO, or the Vehicle Registration Office. This works for both automotives and boats. And it is down, as you were coming off Windward Ferry Landing, and you were driving past, you saw the Public Works Department with their big fenced-off area that has all the vehicles in it. Just before that, there was an open area that had 2 buildings. One of them is a large repurposed shed, and that's the VRO. That's where the inmates work out to register your vehicles, provide you with appropriate tags. Before you head down there, you'll have to go to the maintenance shop to get a safety inspection for your vehicle. On the far side of the Denich Fitness Center, there is a motor vehicle store where you can get for $10 a vehicle safety inspection. They'll go through a couple things on a checklist. If it's all good and checks out, they'll give you a signature. You drive that right on over to the VRO and they'll get you sorted out so you can drive your vehicle. All you need is your driver's license, the VRO's registration, and some insurance. USAA does really good about Gitmo insurance. I know there's others that people have used, but USAA is the one that I work with. So it's very easy to get insurance very quick, fast, and in a hurry. You can drive your car for up to 24 hours without having it registered if you got it to the island, because obviously you need to pick it up to go get it safety inspected and all that. So you have 24 hours to get it, and that's a 24-hour business day. So if you get it on the weekend, please don't be driving it on the weekend if it's not registered unless it's absolutely necessary. But you have 24 business hours to drive it down, get your inspection, and get over to the VRO to get it registered. If you do not have a driver's license from, say, the States, but you would still like to operate a motor vehicle, you can go to the VRO and inquire on how to get a Guantanamo Bay driver's license. We do have those here. So if you have any young children that are coming of age that are learning to drive, they can get a learner's permit. They can learn how to drive here. We also have a lot of Gitmo beaters.
Great cars. Excellent condition.
They live up to the Gitmo beater's name. They do function as long as they get the safety inspection. They're good to go. The issue that we have is that if they do break down, a lot of people like to just leave them where they lie. There is a tow service that you're expected to pay. Otherwise, it will be AVN, which is an abandoned vehicle. by the MAs, we will get it booted and we will get it towed out to the impound lot, and then there will be a fee to get it out. Other than that, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's super pertinent that would be beneficial for y'all to know. For boats, if you enjoy boating, if you enjoy water activities, the MWR does have boats as well as other watercraft to rent after you do a small test and captain's license, and they will allow you to go out on the water unescorted if you desire. But there are still rules and regulations with the outdoor wildlife and recreation guidance. You can receive citations while operating a watercraft for violating any of those issuances. We do have certain limitations on where you can take certain vessels. For better or for worse, the rule of thumb is if you rent it, you cannot take it outside the bay. There are also certain safety areas that you cannot go in the bay due to what is called UXOs or unexploded ordinances. We have those areas where they're cordoned off. It's part of the test is to know where that area is so that you do not mistakenly go in there. Fishing here in Guantanamo Bay is fantastic. They've recently opened up to where if you enjoy seafood, you can also now fish sharks. So be careful. Know your limits for whatever fish or crustacean that you're hunting for, because those are also a citable offense if you overfish them. Try to keep our populations here good so that everybody can enjoy it. There are also areas that are restricted. One big one is called the industrial zone. Anything from Windward Ferry Landing up to Deer Point, which is where the CO lives, or if you're familiar with the Tiki or not Rasta Hill, but the Jerk House up there, that's Deer Point. So anywhere in there is called the industrial zone. You cannot fish from shore in that area. That's where a lot of work takes place. That's where Port Ops is doing the movements for ships and vessels that are in here, that are maintaining piers and all that. So there's no fishing in that area. Most of the other places out in the bay, fishing is encouraged and very, very good. But other than that, I will open it up if anybody has any questions for me. Yes, sir.
So you have blue crabs and stone crabs here in the bay. Are you allowed to use crab traps?
So he asked if we have blue crab, stone crab here in the bay, and he asked if we're allowed to use crab traps. Like, are you talking crab pots and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge, I don't believe so, sir. It's all, you either have to go in and get it yourself. It limits the amount you can catch. You can scuba dive, you can snorkel, you can spearfish, you can spear gun fish, rod and reel. Any of those are acceptable. I've not heard anything being okay about pots.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Are y'all aware of the feeding in Villamar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So yes, Villamar does have a notorious speeding problem. And the issue that we're having with that is that most of that speeding occurs in the very early morning when people are going to work, or in the afternoon when people are coming from work, or vice versa. And the issue is that most of the time that's when we are doing our turnovers, and so it struggles to have a person in those areas. But we have MAs that live in those areas, and they are also very keen on making sure we figure out who it is that's doing it and requesting them politely to stop.
I just want to piggyback on that. Parabellum Point is horrible. There's medical people.
So we're aware again, speeding is one of the big notorious problems we have on base. We are familiar with it. We are trying our best to enforce it, but we are slightly undermanned, so we can only be so many places at once. We do have momentary, we call them RAMs, or random anti-terrorism measures, as well as checkpoints that are scheduled. They're scheduled out because we have to have our justifications to do things. We can't just, otherwise it becomes a problem. We're targeting people, if that makes sense. So we have to have these by authorization of the command, aside from when we're just doing our routine patrols, where we will do specific zone speed enforcement. And they will be in the area, and they do have LiDAR, which is a laser emission speed detection, and they will actually cite appropriately if they catch them. Problem is, we don't have any undercover vehicles, so a lot of people can see the bright white car with the weird bar that sticks on top, and they're like, oh, maybe I should slow down now. instead of when it's gonna cost somebody, their safety. We are aware, we are working on that, and it's one of the reasons I touched on it right at the very beginning, ma'am. We are sorry, we're doing the best we can. Yes, ma'am.
I would say, just to piggyback off of that, I've noticed recently that tailgating is getting really bad. So if you are doing the speed limit, someone behind you is like, right, exactly behind
Miss
you.
them all.
And I don't know if anybody's ever pulled over for that because
Yes,
it
we've
just
actually
seems like
gotten 3
it's,
people so far
Okay,
that have been notorious for being safety violations of doing so. And again, they're a little difficult to catch because you have to catch them in the act. But we are aware of those, and we do actively go after trying to get those people to stop, because we do understand that is safety. We do understand that it causes safety violations for young. And so we are actively trying to stop that. The other one that is a big problem is people here like to do the California rolls or I slowed down. It's not a slowed down sign, it's a stop sign. So please stop at our stop signs.
Is there, when you're walking, is there such thing as like jaywalking? You just cross the street where you want, or do you need to go to?
So he asked if there's such a thing as jaywalking here. We will not necessarily enforce jaywalking we won't cite you for it, because there's a lot of places, there's very limited crosswalks and everything, as long as you're being safe about it. At a crosswalk, the pedestrian has the right of way. I will tell you, you will still lose if that Honda keeps going. Look both ways, please be safe. You have the right of way. Pretty sure you'll still lose. Yes, sir.
Just a comment, no U-turns. I found out the hard way.
So, U-turns are unauthorized on base. That is an unauthorized action here. There's plenty of places to do a quick turnaround that's safe. We do have a couple one-way streets, so please be aware of those as well. Going up to the galley up Gold Hill, that is a one-way street, so you have to go all the way through and come back down behind it. Yes, ma'am, you had a question?
There used to be a pedestrian crossing placard in the middle of the crosswalk by this point, so somebody ran over. But it was nice that it was there because it was visual blocking, it was very big. You know what I'm talking about? It was like,
Yes, I do remember that, ma'am.
is it possible to get that back to make that safer? Because there's a lot of kids that cross there, and just to have that, because it narrows the lane of traffic, it makes people go slower, a little bit more.
It is
Yeah.
possible to get it back. There are work orders in to get it back. Unfortunately, that's the limit of my knowledge on that, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Bikes and pedestrian cross, is that okay?
So bicycles, we do require you to wear a helmet on any sort of bike. Bikes are treated the same as automotives here. They ride in the actual traffic lanes, and they are subject to all the rules of the same road. That does include under the influence. You cannot bicycle under the influence, mostly because you are on an automotive lane of travel where you can cause an incident with a car. Yes, ma'am.
Forgive me, are e-bikes allowed now?
From what I've seen, I haven't seen anything that says you cannot have an e-bike, but just the same as a bicycle, it's going to be held to all the rules of the road, including a helmet and abiding by stop signs, turn signals. You can utilize hand signals for your turns, slowing down if you don't have a brake light. Anything after hours needs to have a flashing red indicator and a headlamp. And that includes bicycles. Yes, ma'am.
Can somebody, something about the sign of the school, because here, let's say we have a new police. And the sign outside say the closed down. The say go downtown for the next days. They should be like one for, and sometimes it's not here. Sometimes Wednesday, they say no, but the sign say.
So what I can tell you is that we will have MAs out here with the patrol vehicle that does have its flashing lights going. That's part of, even on the early days, as long as we don't have another call that's more emergent that we're dealing with, we'll be present for it. I am not familiar with how to change those signs. That's not something, as far as I know, that security does. So I have to try to figure out who it is that's responsible.
Maybe add another one, somebody's
I can bring that up to my chain and request that for PWD, but that's not, the signage is something that Public Works Department will work on, not necessarily the security department. We're out here to enforce it. We would just have to do the same thing as to put in a work order for them. Did anybody else have any other questions? Yes, sir.
Conchs are still off limits, right? As far as fishing?
I would have to actually look in the outdoor, the recreational instruction. I'm not familiar if they are or not. I haven't seen anybody pulling any out recently, so they might still be.
So the conch
shells,
shells, those have been off limits for a long time. It's more like they're very pretty.
They're very pretty and they're also delicious.
Yes. But if you could find one that's empty, it's all yours, but please don't pull a live one. Also be careful for the hermit crabs.
The hermit crabs pinch.
They will get you.
We do actually have a land crab season coming up. I cannot express this enough. If you have not been in a subtropical area during land crab season, they move in herds. I cannot express that enough. Herds, flocks, anything. They are very capable climbers and they are very capable entry artists. So they will probably find some of the smaller ones in places you did not expect to find. They're mostly harmless. They're just startling.
And they destroy your yard, and they dig into your plants.
They will eat just about anything they can get a hold of. Yes, ma'am. And they are very good at burrowing. But also they are very, very sharp. So if you drive over them, expect flat tires. Do not drive over them if you can. Give them a chance, and mostly they will get out of your way. Any other questions? Sir, did you have anything else?
That's it. Thanks, everyone.
If you all do have any questions or anything that I was unable to answer for you or that you think of later, please don't hesitate to contact the security department. You can reach our desk sergeant at 3813. That's the extension. They'll be able to either give you the answer or get you in touch with somebody who can. I'm MA1 Tony Cook. If you have anything else, I'll be sticking around for just a little while. Please don't hesitate to come up and talk my ear for anything. Thank y'all. Have a great day.
Thank you. Y'all want to take like 5 minutes to hit the head, refresh your coffee,
Yeah. You're welcome.
prepare yourself for more of me. I'm best consumed in small doses.
Thank you.
Hi. I appreciate you coming out. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
People that expired or expiring. Oh, thank you so much. No, actually, it's yeah, I know. Because they have to say,
I'll bring it up. That's okay. Because you guys leave for so long. So we come to Well, you're not, you guys. I'll help you. In Florida, they would just give you all 4 checks. So it's like, I want to spread it out. And then one day, they work back to check. So they would pay us every day. That's terrible. Our union had a fight that. We get bonuses. They're like, they want it separate. But 50 is off the next. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can bring it back. It's actually gonna be PAO. Yeah, it's back to me.
If you have not received your laptop and you want to get it, we're gonna start on this side. You can go to the Flex Lab and go pick it up. We're gonna send 2 at a time. So when you come back over, let the next person know that they can go. And so on and so on. If that next person does not need it because they already picked it up, then I'm gonna ask that person, the one who already picked it up, to let the next person know. Okay, we'll see if this works. All right, thank you. We'll start over here. First 2. Okay, you got it? Next 2? Okay, great.
Yes, sir. You know, I have one more thing. Pardon me.
Excuse me for the interruption. I did forget one thing that brought to my attention. Due to the heat here, exercise is important, and a lot of individuals will either choose to exercise early in the morning or late in the evening, particularly once the sun has gone down. We highly encourage this because exercise is good for a healthy body and mind, but there are some rules you need to observe with that because of the low light that we get here. Please wear light colored clothing, and it is mandatory that you wear some form of reflective garment. So the Army reflective belts, a reflective vest, or headlamp with a front and back option that can identify you to vehicles that are moving at speed and may or may not see you in a time you can know without. That is paramount for your safety if you're exercising, okay? I apologize for operating on that one. I was reminded of it. Thank you. Anything else for me?
They will stop you while you're running and counsel you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. All right, Paul, any questions came up? we're gonna talk about that before I really quickly gloss over PAO, and jump up to PAO. But number one, if you need a CAT card, or your CAT is, it's not a CAT card, it's a CAT, is expiring, you wanna go to the headquarters building. So if you, like, showed you where housing was, just stay on that road, it's all the way down in, it's called Buckley Hall, it's a giant, looks like a giant, I think it is a bunker. Second deck is admin shop, you walk right in there, and that's the CAC office. It's open from like 9 to 11:30 maybe, and like 13:30 to like 1500. It's got really reduced hours, it's hard to get into. We can try, if there's a bunch of you, we can try to set up some extended hours. We can talk to the admin officer about leaving her one, so I think there's only one sailor who does it. So we can try to have that one sailor stay late, early, or we can work something out if we want you, but otherwise, it's up in that building. It's really quick if they're not busy. If they're too busy, unfortunately, you just gotta try again. It is very frustrating. Our CAC office is one of those blood pressure increasers.
Can you still make an appointment online?
Yes, you can log in and make an appointment. Yes, you absolutely can. But it'll only reflect, I'm sorry, it'll only reflect their hours. So if you try to do an extended hour thing, so we could try if there's more than one or two of you. We can try to set up something with the admin officer to stay late. If you open like 15:30, give you some time to get over there and get out and get done.
People do need to get their caffeine.
So we got.
If you have it from before, we're still good, right?
No, it will need to be updated for getting.
Okay.
So we're looking for roughly like, we'll say, with bus attendance like 15 codes? 2, so, okay. I'll tell them 10 to 15.
They only give it to you for a year.
What?
It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. But I will talk out to the admin officer and I'll push that back to your admin shop and we'll try to set something up. I have detention stand on goldfish. What are you getting people are asking about? Vehicles. Scary didn't talk about it. When you get your vehicle, you have to have insurance. You'll get it from the lot, okay? You'll take it. You can't register until you have a safety inspection. You have to take it to the auto skills building, which is back by Windjammer. Thank you. Back by the Windjammer. They're only open Wednesdays through Sunday. $10. They'll watch your hazard lights, look at your blinkers, and then they'll sign a piece of paper. That plus your insurance plus your orders. Then you got to go to the badging office, and that's when they'll register your vehicle. Yes. So.
And then
They're open later in the day.
the only two insurances, right? USAA and the other?
It's USAA and it's not Geico, it's just one only one. Trust Point.
Yeah.
But you have to have the insurance to get the vehicle out of the lot. USAA is very weird if anyone uses USAA. It takes like 24 hours to update and you don't get your card anymore. You get this like 3-page paper that somewhere in there references Texas and Cuba, but they take it, so.
Yep.
So if you don't have USAA, it's a company called Trust Point. You have to send them a policy.
And you have to bring the physical insurance, right?
Yeah, so when you go to the office, you have to physically have this piece of paper. Anyone's been overseas before? Like in Spain or Germany? Remember the green? You get the weird green sheet, it had to be green, it wasn't green, it wasn't good to go. It's the same thing when you hear something, you print it off. Registration is good for a year. They used to be very lackadaisical about it. Now, if registration is expired, they'll boot you at church. So make sure your registration is updated. Security's not always out. When security's out, security's out. Was there anything else? I think that was the two big things. Okay. So PAO's not here. I'm going to really quickly cover a couple big things. The first thing about PAO, media relations. There's not a lot of reporters on the island. But there's a couple who come out every once in a while, mainly focused on what's going on the other side, but we're not allowed to go anywhere. They're usually escorted. Every once in a while, they'll break free, and they'll just like randomly talk to the random citizen, like, what do you think? Please just don't engage, because they will absolutely quote you by name, where you work, what you said, what you think, and then you're in lots and lots of trouble. So if you want to talk to a reporter, or if a reporter wants to do a story about you, like, hey, we want to do a story about X, Y, and Z, obviously you all have it easy. You just run it up to the principal, and then he talks to the PAO. It's got to go through the PAO. It's got to be vetted. There was someone trying to interview a teacher about education policy of the summer, and the more the PAO poked it, the more it was like, ooh, we don't want to talk about any of this. So they were talking. They thought we were teaching detaining children. There's no detaining children. I don't know. Don't talk about it. All right. So, any questions or concerns, please just run it up to somebody else. CYA can be extreme around here. It's not the best way to live your life, but it just keeps you out of trouble. If there's a town hall or there's an event and they tell you not to film it, please don't film it. I put it on Facebook Live because you will get found out and you'll get kicked off the island. They can do a 90-day ban, they can do a permanent ban. They can basically just tell you you're no longer allowed to be here, you're on the next flight out, your household goods will follow you at some point, adios, you're gone. And there's nothing you can do about it, because it's the base commander usually being told to take care of his life. So just be smart about that kind of stuff. When it comes to Facebook, one thing about housing is the power goes out. It's actually been really, I should do it. It's been really good. I don't know if anyone was here when the Cobra crawled across the lines. That was the only last really bad power outage. It used to be pretty bad. Power goes out. Cobra. There's a cobra. I don't know what snake. I don't know what snakes are. I'm from New Jersey. I know squirrels and deer. There's a tiger somewhere in St. Vincent, and a version of bears. There's a boa. It was a no-pro. They got no-pro quite out of here. It's in the rainbow realm now. Everyone gets on Facebook. This is BS. This is BS. Power's out over here. Power's out over there. Anyone got some electricity? Okay, if it's fun in games, people will go too far too fast. And sometimes Facebook posts like, hey, what's the exact GPS coordinates of the headquarters building? So please don't get involved in that. Okay, Facebook's open source. All this information, you can go on Google Maps and click on the building and get it. If the Chinese want our building, I'm sure they've got better satellites than Google. Well, who knows? Just be aware that whatever you put out there's got your name attached to it. And 10 years from now, someone can pull up your old post. So just be smart about that kind of stuff. People will sometimes get really mean on Facebook. You'll see some of these conversations get really accusatory, like, you're a decent, you know what? Just
Yeah.
take a breath, don't get engaged. If it's against you, bring it up. That's something we can take care of. But we'll go out to that individual and say, hey, so-and-so is being extremely, no bueno online, and we want to talk about it. So just good ideas all around. If you just want to go to the,
Oh, no, I got you, sorry.
just go to the picture of the gate. Everything else in here is too big. Pictures. You can't take pictures of the flight line. You can't take pictures of the Marines PT. You can't take pictures of the Northeast Gate. Please don't, if you go on a tour to the Northeast Gate, do not pose in front of the Northeast Gate and take pictures of it. I don't know why, because again, you can go on Google Earth and you can scroll in and look at the Northeast Gate. The Cubans have cameras facing at us. You cannot do that. Do not do that. If you're out on a beach and there's a sign that says, entering Cuban waters, please don't take a GoPro photo of you in Cuban waters and post it. Okay, you'll get in lots of trouble. And then you'll be asked, not politely, you'll be told to leave. If you think to yourself, should I take a picture of this? The answer is probably not. If you are a photographer, that's like your jam, and you want to take a picture of something, that's what you just ask. Hey, can I take a picture of X, Y, and Z? Of the USS Cole's coming in, am I allowed to? 9 times out of 10, they'll tell you absolutely, you're fine. Just don't photograph this or that. But definitely on the flight line, no cameras out, no deuces, I'm not a crook. Just no pictures on the flight line. That's the biggest thing that gets people in trouble. Have any PAO type questions?
I was gonna say, the big bubble, no pictures there, the
Oh, yes.
whales, and the water tower.
Yeah.
Don't take pictures there either.
Just almost.
Yes, ma'am.
Also watch your roaming along the fence.
Say again?
You're roaming along the fence, if you're going.
Oh, yes. If you get too close to the fence, your phone will try to link to the Cuban network, and then you will be charged astronomical amounts of money. So turn that roaming off. Yeah. Cable's kind of twitchy. All right, so that's PAO. And no more PAO questions. As far as pictures of the art shows that y'all do, or awards presentations, or stuff like that. Kelly usually does all that because she's amazing. Sometimes I'll send those photos to the PAO. Usually what I'll do is email the teachers or the parents and say, hey, your 4 kids got the Patriot Pen Award. Do you mind if we pose? So you may see some conversation back and forth. There's a couple students out there who are no picture whatsoever, so you'll see them when we do things with like little Lego faces over their heads. That's my sticker. But that's about it for the PAO. Smiling face. Before I turn it over to my boss, and funny is the Gitmo soup. It's brand new. It's improved. Unlike, oh my gosh, Jurassic Park. There's many mosquitoes. I couldn't find any dinosaur DNA. Just kid DNA. It's a new newsletter, so we're putting that out once in a while. It'll be all over the face. I'll be reaching out to your staff to try to find things you want to put in there. If you have an art show or the Veterans Day, we're going to sing songs, something like that. We'll put that in there and try to get that. So try to get a little more of a base communication feel. And for now, we'll turn it over to MWR. Sir, I'm ready for you. Do lots of me because no one else should.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Okay, my name is Caleb Henniger. I am the MWR Operations Director. I am the, we'll say number 2 if you've been on other bases, the Deputy Director. Our Director's name is Corey Geiger, and I will tell you this, we get confused for each other all the time, so please look at me. My name is Caleb, he is Corey. I am 8 years younger than him. We are not the same person. Do me a favor and not call me Corey. When you see me, it's not that big a deal, but I do point it out, so just so you know, because it happened this morning already, before I got here. She said, Corey? Nope, not me. But it's okay. Anyways, all right, so talk about MWR. Going to briefly go through all of our services that we have here. We are the only game in town, so we like to be as robust as possible. We like to offer everything we can. We understand how big of a burden that is and how much we have to do and all that, and we take that seriously because, once again, you can't go home base, you can't go anywhere else to eat other than McDonald's or the pop-up at the next, so we take that seriously. All right, next slide. Okay, so talking about food and beverage, we have the Windjammer Cafe and Uptown Pizza and O'Kelly's all in the ballroom, all in one complex. O'Kelly's is the only Irish pub on Communist Soul, is what we always say. That is the place where you can go to have Irish food, but then also we have the Windjammer, one and the same as far as menu goes. And then we have the Windjammer Ballroom, where we have a lot of events, like fitness and figure, kids events, we do all kinds of things. They're a big ballroom. All right, then we have the Bayview. Bayview has the bricks. Well, I'll pause for a second because we have a little change there, right there. That's a subject. Yeah. So Bayview has Rick's, which is now turning into an officers club, and that will be just for, I think everyone in this room will be able to go to that. So the CEO wanted us to turn that to an officers club. It was an all hands club, to go down that road just a little bit, and it was his decision for that, not our decision. So it is an officers club now, but GS 9 and above is the level, and I believe, is everyone in here GSs? Okay, and I think everyone's GS 9 and above. Mostly? Okay, so then there you go. Now you can go into Rick's or shooting. You can go in the O Club. All right, also we have Gourmet B in that same complex. We have the Jerk House, Jamaican jerk food there. And then we have, what I missed over there? And then, our Bayview menu. That is our upscale place to eat. If you want to go have a nice steak, a nice fish, salmon, mahi-mahi, that is our restaurant for that. And brunch as well. Thank you, Sunday brunch. 10 to 2. All right, and then the rec room. The rec room used to be nothing but a bowling alley. And then we had a Taco Bell and a KFC in there years ago. And I know. Yeah, I wish. So I was, I
Some of us remember those days.
I was here from 15 to 18. When I got here, we had a Taco Bell and a KFC, and I was at home. I was from South Georgia. I was very happy to have both of those, and they took them away. It was very sad. I was one of the last customers at Taco Bell. Got me a grilled stuffed burrito. It was great. I miss it very much. But we do have Spins and Bombers now. They're very good. Sometimes a little pricey, depending on what you're getting. Be careful with guac and the sour cream. They are extra. But definitely comparable when you look at Chipotle and Moe's, things back in the States. So we've got those two in the rec room. But the rec room has all of our arcade games and still 12 lanes of bowling there. But there's also a bar in there. And like I said, all two simulators and all kinds of games. Anything on this on food? Question? Next slide. I would love to.
Yeah, the challenge with doing a food chain like that is all the food that we serve in situations like that, because we contract with that company, we would contract with Taco Bell, is all the food has to be proprietary. So when that food comes down, if something happens to it, and sometimes our garbage go down, things happen, and then what would happen in those instances is we would say, well, we can't produce anything at Taco Bell because we don't have the cheese and the beans, and people would say, well, I see the cheese and the beans at the next, and yes, we can't buy those products. We have to do with that contract, we have to have their food that belongs to Taco Bell or KFC, so it tastes like Taco Bell or KFC. So then that becomes a real challenge here logistically. So it just becomes a logistical nightmare with that contract. And that's really the main reason that you don't see those brand new restaurants here. Unfortunately. I know.
That's the official
You
answer.
have to say you would have never known.
That's right.
You said you're the only game in town. I'm assuming there's no USO here?
No. All right.
It's a dynamic MWR though.
Very dynamic MWR.
Many of you, other places, this MWR is far and away more than anything.
Yeah, I've been on 2 other bases, worked for 2 other bases in the States, and if you've been on other bases, you go to work and then you go home, and you don't really participate in anything else that goes there. Maybe you'll go to the gym to work out during lunch or before or after. Maybe there's a place that you eat there on base in Jacksonville. They got a couple of good ones, and they do have a nice pool there too, and a nice golf course. But for the most part, you just don't see the involvement. Here we have a lot of involvement, once again, because you can't leave. But hopefully, after seeing everything that we have in these slides, you'll come away with thinking, they got a good program. All right. So intramurals, everyone can participate in intramurals. If you have a 16-year-old and above, they can also participate in intramurals. We have sports leagues, and Mr. Rick at the gym has done a really good job of bringing those back. So a lot of sports to offer. We usually have one going on at all times, sometimes 2. And then we have a big group exercise schedule. Everton and Carl and Jean at the gym do a great job. Carl's got his spin classes going back up on Mondays and Wednesdays. They offer all kinds of different classes. I just named spin just because I know that one's been doing well recently.
Can you send us an email about the schedules for those things that are in the classes?
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I'll need to know who to send it to.
I got it.
Okay. Send it to Dan. All right, and then fitness events. Dan participated in our last powerlifting event. I was a little nervous for him, but he did. He lifted a lot of weight. Very, very good job, Dan. Very good job. You participate in those. Well, Dan, you're participating against 20-year-olds. Dan's not old. It's not 20. Then we have all kinds of fun runs. We do have our 10th ruck coming up. The Gitmo Ruck series is fairly new down here, and I say fairly new. This is our 10th one, but I think we've been doing it for almost 4 years now, and we just put on a pack, a little bit of weight in it, or not, just walk it. It's a big deal. We have around 500 people sign up-ish. It's a beautiful shirt every time. We're going to do this one a little special for this one. This one's going to be in November. I believe it's going to be November 1st, right at the beginning, so it's going to be a little cooler at that point. We do it early in the morning so it doesn't get too hot. Okay. But a lot of events we got going on as far as 5Ks, 10Ks. I think we're still doing a half marathon as well. Right, Elena? All right, then we also have a splash pad and two pools. And yes, they are, just to let you know, they are 80 years old, so they do go down from time to time. We work with NAFAC to keep those up and running. They maintain the pumps and all that, but they are two good pools, but they do go down from time to time. All right, next slide. We got a little shop out there going towards Cable Beach on the right, wood shop and arts and crafts. You can go in there and you can make something with clay, or you can just pick something to paint. We've got easels, we've got all the paint that you need, minimal fee for all that. It's a great place to maybe just go out there and listen to a podcast or listen to some music and just de-stress and have a good time. And in the wood shop, you've got all kinds of machinery out there that you can use. You do have to go through Woodshop 101 to use all those. We offer it on Tuesday nights, I believe, at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, sometimes twice if we have a lot of people. But just to make sure that you're not going to do anything you shouldn't do or hurt yourself.
And some people, MWR offers craft fairs throughout the year, and a lot of folks as hobbies like to create things and participate in the craft fair as a vendor. So it's a good hobby to have here if you get one. So think about that if you're looking for a new hobby.
I think we do have about 4 craft fairs a year. A lot towards the fall season and towards Christmas because people like to buy those things and send them back home, go back home, and all that kind of stuff. All right, next slide. So special events usually we have a lot of these. I would say in the past it's been almost every other weekend, but with our flight situation, it is hard for us to get entertainment here. Not to already, I'm sure you have a certain feeling about the flights, like everyone does that lives here. But just to let you know how this goes for people that have lived here for a little while, why do we have less entertainment is because we can't get anyone to come down here to stay a full week. So right now, we have to get them to come stay Friday to Friday. So when they come here, they'll do 3 or 4 events. But to get anybody that is noteworthy at all, and for them to say, I'm going to stay there for a week, it's just impossible. So that's why our events as far as AFE and any kind of music has decreased. We are still doing them. We'll still have a lot of events like that, but we'll be focusing on a lot more events that we're putting on. So we might not have live entertainment, but we would be playing music. It's probably why karaoke has gotten so big. Anybody into karaoke on Thursday nights? Friday nights, Saturday nights, every night you can? Yeah, it started on Thursday night, now it's just every night. All right, next slide. So briefly mentioned the rec room. Don't have to go too much more into it. That's everything that we offer there. And then we do have 2 movie theaters. Just a little update on those though. We are getting those updated, the insides, where they have the projection system. So right now the downtown Lyceum is going down, but Marine Hill is going back up. So just renovating both of those. So if you do want to see a movie, I said downtown will be out, but Marine Hill, and maybe you've never seen that because that's mostly for our Liberty or our unaccompanied military, but you can go to Marine Hill, go all the way to the end, and it's down, you gotta go down the steps. It's actually a better screen, so it's usually a little bit clearer on the screen. All right.
It feels like when you go to Marine Hill, if you've never been there, theater, it feels like you should not be going that way. It feels like it's off limits or something, but it's right behind the mini mart up there. Just go, you can drive down there, you can walk down the steps. Just go anyway, even if it feels like not the right way. Nothing would indicate that there's movie.
Most places here, if you feel that way, don't go, but there, yes. Yeah. All right, going to the marina, you can rent a boat, you can rent a kayak, all these things up here that you can rent, or you can get a captain's license. Maybe you own your own boat as well, but you still have to have a captain's license. This is a quick little course that you can study up for and take, and there's a practical version that you will actually have to drive a boat with one of our staff, and then a little bay tour just to make sure you know all of the boundaries and all the markers out in the bay. And then we have, so something I want to focus on for a second, We do have a lot of rental items like inflatables. So if you ever wanted to have an event, you here, the school or PTO or whoever, you can rent all these things. We also have a command trailer that has tables, chairs, games, sound system that is free. So if you wanted to do an event out here on the turf field and you wanted to get, I think we have pop-up tents in there as well, that you can get for free. You just call our arena, 2345, and say, hey, this is our event date, this is what we want the command trailer, that is free. The other inflatables, there's a price to that, but the command trailer is 100% free. All right, move on. We do have a golf course. It is 9 holes. It is very unique in the fact that you play on a mat because of how rocky the terrain is here and how little rain we get. I believe it's rained maybe 6 times this year, which is a little crazy. It usually rains more than that. Last year it rained a lot. But yes, so the golf course, so you don't hurt your clubs or your wrists or hands. We play on a mat, and it is very different, and the greens are really small, but still it is golf, and if you like to play golf, it is still a good time. All right, moving on. Also have a paintball course. It is only by reservation only. Paintball kind of ebbs and flows with whoever's here. Maybe a command comes in, a JTF or a Navy command that really likes paintball and they'll rent it a lot. But it is by reservation only, so if everybody in here wanted to play paintball, you just call that number up there and let us know. And we'll reserve for you, and then we'll open it up and you'll have a good time. All right, we have auto skills, very similar to auto shop, to the wood shop. You just come in and do auto hobby 101, auto skills, auto skills 101. And then if you want to come in there and use one of our bays to change your oil or whatever you want. The auto port at the nets can be very expensive. So our people will help you, but if you are coming to auto skills, that is for you to use. But obviously, if you don't have the ability or need some help, we're going to help you out. Okay? There are certain services that we do only, like changing tires. We'll change the tire for you and we'll rotate it. And in the library, both of those last two right there, kind of like little engines that could, they do a lot of business, have a lot of people coming in and going. The library has become this little recreation spot, a lot for families here recently. They've made a lot of changes. I'm guessing the schools would recommend your kids go and check out books and all that kind of stuff. All right, next one. Oh, thank you. So if you have a new car that you need to get your vehicle inspected, you have to go to auto skills as of right now. Security asked us to do that. That's only $10. You go there, you pull up, you let them know that's what you want to do. They're just going to check your blinkers, make sure everything works. Okay. Closed on Mondays. No, they're open on Tuesdays for vehicle inspections. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Not the actual bays aren't open on Tuesdays, but for vehicle inspections. Yes.
But open on the weekends, which is helpful. Hey everybody, are we still awake? So welcome back. I am Karen Sloan, the Director of Child and Youth Programs. So I am your partner with the kids on island because if they're not with you guys in school, then likely they're with us in some capacity. So we have our Child Development Center, School Age Care Center, Teen Center, we do youth sports and fitness, and we have our fabulous school liaison, Dan. So he's done a great job putting this together. He recognized the need. I think sometimes it's difficult for new folks assigned to WT Sampson to make it to the command indoc. So we wanted to put on this mini indoc for you. So we hope that you find it helpful. CYP really appreciates the partnership that we have with WT Sampson. Being overseas is always unique. We're very close here, especially in Get Home, because we are a great gated community and cannot leave. So we share all the same families and students. So I appreciate the partnership we have with Mr. Arizmendi and with Dr. Benson. And we have a great sports partnership with Chris Apple. So we appreciate all of that. So
we want to continue that partnership with you, and we want you to know that you can always reach out to us. There's always going to be some overlap, again, because we have the same families and students. So thank you for that. I don't want to go too long. I just want to give you a brief overview. So our Child Development Center is over in Philmar. We service ages 6 weeks up to 5 years there. Then we have our School Age Care Center, which is over in Paola Point neighborhood. There was a question this morning already about before school care that we offer during the school year. We offer that at the Child Development Center because we really have small numbers of students that participate in before school care. Largely that's because, you know, this installation, you're not really stuck in traffic, so that need for before school care isn't as great as you would have in other installations. So we typically do offer breakfast to our students that do before school care, but this year, because there's breakfast at the school, we're just gonna have to see how that goes and flex to the need, and we'll make adjustments as we need to. But we also offer at School Age Care full day care for non-school days. So if you have children that need care, even if you don't have children that need care every day after school, we are open on the non-school days. So when you guys are doing an in-service day, or certainly spring break and winter break, we are open full days at School Age Care for children in our community. Teen Center, we're attempting to plus up our staff a little bit on the youth side. So we are hoping to expand Teen Center hours and offer them more frequently throughout the week. Right now, we're only open Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays. So we're hoping to start opening Tuesdays and Wednesdays as well. And then youth sports will begin our fall seasons in September. And we'll also bring back our homeschool PE, which is on Wednesday mornings from 10:30 to 11:30. So not sure if we have any homeschool folks here. I know sometimes, even though you're teachers in the field, sometimes teachers' families also do homeschool, or maybe a combination. So I want to make sure we get all that information out to you. Just want to remind you that Dan, the school liaison, is assigned to CYP, and he does service all students on Gitmo. So if they attend WT Sampson or go homeschool, he's there to assist, and anything with post-secondary education as well. Also with transferring in and out of the school system here. So he's a good resource for all of that. And do you have any questions for me? WT Sampson does. So there's a dedicated after-school bus that'll be, you'll see in line here. And then Teen Center, we bring our own small, you'll see a little 14-passenger white bus, and we pick up the Teen Center kids that want to ride that bus.
And what are the hours and the days of the Teen Center again?
Teen Center currently is Thursday and Friday, immediately after school, so 3 o'clock until 7 o'clock. And then this will be during the school year. Right now we're open 2 to 8, but during the school year it'll be 3 to 7, and then Saturdays it'll be 2 to 8. And so like I said, we're hoping to expand that on Tuesday and Wednesday. So hopefully we'll get that short. Any other questions for CYP? No, now it's just 12 and up. Okay. So yeah, if you're 12, we don't care what grade you're in. Good question. We've vacillated a lot between that. We have a strange requirement in some instruction that specifies 7th grade, but then we have other instructions that just say 12. So we want to make it easier to understand for everybody. Okay, we're also always looking for volunteer coaches. So if there is a sport that you really want to share with a child or with a team, just let us know and we can get you plugged into volunteering for our fall sports season. Fall sports season will be soccer, cross-country club. I know I'm going to forget something.
It's on the back of the scoop.
I think bowling, a couple of things.
Right.
Soccer is the big one.
I'll push that out.
Yes, we'll sure all the advertising will be getting out soon. They're getting out on the streets soon. Well, thank you, and thank you, I just want to say a big appreciation to Dan for putting this together. He is, I think, far and away the most visible and engaged school liaison committee that I know I've had the privilege of working with, and I think probably most of you. I did want to say one more thing. Our military family life consultant. So you will have a new school military family life consultant. Her name is Emily. Her first day with you will be on the 7th. She's doing her inbound on the 6th. Just as a reminder, military family life consultants are non-clinical counselors here. They are clinical licensed practicing counselors in their real life, and when they come and work embedded in our programs, we have one assigned to CYP, one assigned to the school. They work in a non-clinical capacity in their role, but they're here to support military families, but also a good support to you if you just need to vent about the fights or all the things we talked about today. And so just let us know, I just wanted to remind you about our military family life consultant. And those are also, just like the school liaison is housed under CYP, those are also contracted under CYP. So I'm the POC for those, for the military family life consultants. So if you ever have a question or a concern about that program, you can reach out to me. And my extension on Island is 2005. But thank you for your time today, and I hope you have a fabulous new school year.
Yeah, you go through that. Next slide, please. She mentioned volunteering. You can always volunteer with us, especially if you have any specialty. We talked about group exercise. If for some reason someone in this room can teach, I don't know, what was that? Gymnastics. Yes, we've had that before, and we actually paid that person. So that wasn't a volunteer. If you have some kind of cert like that and you could teach kickboxing, or if you were to teach gymnastics, we're always looking for that. You would contact our fitness center. You can contact me. She gave out her number. Mine's 4882. If you would like to teach or get involved in anything like that. But as far as volunteering, you can always volunteer with any of our events. Just let us know where you're going to be, and we'll tell you what time to be there. All right, next slide. And then how do you find out all of our stuff? We put the Gitmo Life out on Facebook. Facebook for us is a big one. I know it's not as popular as it used to be, but if you're looking for news in Gitmo, it is, because that's where the base puts their stuff. That's where the Gitmo Connection has all their fun. And then, if you're looking to buy or sell. So all that's on there, but looking for MWR, you can look on our website, but Facebook is where we put out a lot of our stuff. Next slide. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? No, we're good? I feel like you've already asked. All right, thank you.
Oh, God. Just really quick, because you've already heard from me a whole lot. All right. I don't actually do a whole lot every day, but I do. What do I do? For you guys, what I do is, again, one day, I was down. One day I'll get here again. I don't want to. I feel old when I wear it. I'm your go-to. If you have a question about volunteering or National Junior Honor Society, you need to volunteer hours. Since I am also part of like 11 other organizations on the stage, you will too. There's something else to do here. So, it is what it is. I got volunteer hours with the Red Cross, the White House. We're trying to get Boy Scouts started up again. We're trying to get all this stuff done. So if you need volunteer hours, if your kid looks bored and needs to do some yard work, send them my way. The exo's always harping about something over dirt on base, and kids have cartilage in their knees and backs. They're great workers. Right? We've got educational issues. So one thing that comes up every once in a while, pretty regularly, is we call it dual enrollment in Florida. I think other states call it concurrent enrollment, but we have found a way to do concurrent enrollment through UMUC Global College. If you have a family with that, if your own child wants to do that, I can help you set that up. Free reduced lunch. I am the lunch guy. Somehow the slow to the school lunches. I'm the guy. If you have any questions, just reach out to me and I will hunt your answer down for you. And then if you're leaving, hopefully none of you are leaving. None of you are allowed to leave. It's not a joke, actually. If you are leaving for whatever reason and you want to move your kids to another school, I can help you with that one. And then PTO, we're not the SO anymore, I'm gonna drop the S. I don't know why we cut the students out of the PTO, but we did, finally. PIB, the SAC, the FAT, the town halls, the deck, everything. If you see me in the aisle, the decks, you'll hear my children long before you see me. Just let me know what's going on. If I don't look like I'm recording it or writing it down, then assume that you didn't tell it to me. Because again, goal finish. CTE is a hell of a drug. Next slide, please, ma'am. Try to get us back on time. I do all that. If you have no kids, you can still do all sorts of cool volunteer stuff. Again, I think as Dave started up, I'll call her out. The base actually looks a lot better in the last year. People have been doing a lot of hard work because the base XO has been making people do all the hard work, but we do a lot of cool stuff. We clean up a lot. We do like, we'll go clean up the monuments. We'll go clean up the cemetery out there and stuff like that. It's a good way to get out and see different parts of the base you can't really get on. It's just, sometimes it's nice to get out of your house. Sometimes stay in your house because it's really, really hot. All sorts of fun stuff like that. Can you move one more time? And that's it. If you're looking for me, my name is insanely long, so gitmosl@us.navy.mil is a great way to find me in my office. 4220. I'm here. I try to be here at least 3 times a week. Usually I'm late. My kids are late, and so I'm walking into the classroom. Apologize profusely. If you're bugging down anytime you want. I try to be in and around the area as often as I can. I do work over by Wheaton Family, which you need help with housing. Any admin office and stuff like that, it's easy for me to help you because I literally just walk across the street and do that stuff. And again, I'm always in the sewer aisle because I have 3 kids and they're very hungry, like caterpillars. It's crazy. So I kind of rushed to try to get everyone back on track. Then slow related questions. I'm back good. All right, I'm gonna turn you over to Mr. Paul Stewart from the Wheaton family. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. One of the main things we do in the Mighty Windjammer Bar, other than the Marine Corps Ball, which is the only ball to go to, and I already want to take it, so you better hurry up. Back to the bash. This Saturday from 10 to 1400 in the ballroom, you bounce houses, there'll be food, all sorts of great stuff. I would ask you to come not as teachers, but just as Gitmo citizens. If you ever have an event with free food, come on down. Get yourself some free food. We'll have all sorts of information out there if you have any questions, all sorts of organizations will be out there. If you want to like talk to them in particular and stuff like that. If you don't want to do that, then don't. But that's what we do. We do all sorts of cool stuff. And now, Mr. Stewart. Hand this out. And then I move here. Whatever. You didn't take a lot of these.
All right, good morning,
He
everyone.
only has 11 of those, so I guess we'll just sit through there if people want. No, the giant packets. And then these are ERFs. These are ERFs.
Well, we handle anyone that was around, it doesn't matter who they are. Yourselves included, of course. We do everything from lesbian writing, structure strategies, counseling. We have all the different, who's been to a base before, seen a family readiness center? You seen that before? Anyone? Yeah, so it's the same thing you see in the States. We do not have new fair support there. That's one thing we do not have. But we have a short staff right now. We're in the middle of hiring people. So, I guess what I was doing this morning was interviews. So we're busy trying to get more people on island, but we serve everyone on this island with support any way we can. Of course, anything to do with especially support services that we provide, to include financial management, things of that nature, to help the sailors out and Marines and Air Force, everybody else we have here, to help them out with their finances, whether it be credit or even, TSP. We kind of do a little bit of everything. Next. There's our hours of operation. Really, the only day we open up late would be on Tuesday when we have our staff meeting. And usually we're there, somebody's there every day from 7 to 16 to 4:30. So 7 to 4:30 we're there. So if you swing by, that's where your hospitality kids came from, by the way. Who's got a hospitality kid? I know somebody's got some. We made some special, we got some new stuff for the hospitality kid. Let us know how that goes too as well as far as the hospitality kid, because we're trying to improve that process as well. You get items in that kit for everyone. Okay, if you look down here at the bottom here, you'll see the post office, that blue right there. So as you're coming down Sherman, coming from the exchange, will be on that end down there, coming down Sherman, you make that, you see the post office, make that right up the hill, and there's a little tiny sign about this big, right on that curve that says Fleet Family that way. It's only about that big. We're just come around that building and right on up to Fleet Family. That's our parking lot, and you're welcome to come. When you get your furniture in, please bring your hospitality back to us. We have about 68 of those right now, and right now we have about 10 left. That's how many new people arrived, so it's pretty great. Next. Everything we do with really my specialty is transition. I'm what they call a TAP, an employment specialist here. So really anything to do with someone transitioning out of the military, or maybe it's a foreign national on the base that wants to get a new job somewhere on the base. Or somebody's, we have a lot of National Guard, help them out. They're here for 8 months up to a year. And of course, they go back to the States and maybe they want to get a federal job or something like that. I'm certified federal resume writer and job search strategist. And so on USA Jobs, so I can help people with that. But that's just one of my relocation. I do all the relocation as well. Somebody's setting up their move, I can help you set that up as well. It's pretty easy here because we can do the paperwork and then you just walk down the road to Okay. And then Cheryl McGrew, she's our director, and we have Marla, she's our admin person. Emily Walker and Cheryl, they already come here already? She's already. Not yet. Okay. She's our section of SAR. Next. And here's what she does, all your sexual assault prevention and response around the base. And she's also, since Cheryl is on vacation right now, she's our acting director as well. That's me right there. So that's what I do. Anything you do, like I said, with resume writing and all that stuff. Next. And there's transition assistance. If you're a family member, if you're here, you have your spouse with you, and they would like to get a job on base or something like that, just let me know. And I can help with that as well. Because there's jobs on base here, there are federal jobs. And since you can use your employee, family member employment of DOD or DAF, you can use that. For some reason. Okay. Our computer resource center, we have computers in there. There's only 4 of them, but you can use any of those.
Thank you.
To check things with scanners, printers, we have, if you want to sell your vehicle, buy a vehicle, all that legal paperwork, we have a computer set aside for legal stuff, things of that nature. And of course, I think we have like the last fax machine on earth, but we do have one. Next. PFM, right now, it's vacant. That's a vacant job we're trying to fill. And we've been interviewing for that as well. So personal financial manager, we're working on it. Next. And here's some of the things they talk about and train with everywhere on base, as far as like car buying. Next. Emergency preparedness, of course, we do live in a hurricane area, so we will have drills, and we'll hear about the drill here. We also have like a big, twice a year, we have a big thing at the Windjammer Ballroom, where you'll see all the different agencies in there to help you provide you with information. Like, you know, I would definitely, who's lived in a hurricane area before? So you know what I'm talking about, building that hurricane kit. You want to do the same thing here. And we have another conference call here on base. You might want to attend that because usually we have stuff to hand out for hurricane preparedness. So we have hurricanes and wildfires, and we have earthquakes here too. We actually have earthquakes. So we have a little bit of all that stuff right here. All the time. Next. Then, next, please. This is like a system where you can update for your civilians back in the States, or let them know where you are. And if, say, we do evacuate the island, we would fly out like on the C-130 back to usually Pensacola or Jacksonville, depending on where the storm's going. And you know, we'll be there and then fly back. And one of the little caveats to that, when we do fly out, we do evacuate, you're allowed to take your pet with you. And the only way to get it back is back in the same plane you came with, but C-130 back here. If you take it C-130 back, decide to catch a rotator back through Jacksonville, like, like most people do through Jacksonville, you won't be able to bring it down on that one. There's just only one time you only bring it down. Until you leave. Okay, next after that. And keep going. We talk about that. We have Missy Elliott right now, and she is a counselor. Though she was here a while ago, and she had to get called away, but she provides counseling services for the base. And we're also going to hire another counselor, 2 counselors actually. Should be coming in soon. We have advocacy, we do all the FAT program, prevention, treatment, follow-up, all that stuff with child abuse, neglect. So really, hopefully she can get a chance to go over and talk about her role in that because it's a big deal. So as far as like things she dealt with for. Next. And like I said, any question for me for Gitmo? Has anybody been to Gitmo before who's new? I mean, never been here before, I should say. Totally different now, right? More places to live. Yes. Never been here? No. Like I said, welcome to Gitmo. It's a great place to be. You gotta, it's really whatever you make it, is how it is. So, just like anywhere else, right? So anyway, welcome to Gitmo. If you have any questions, my number is 4141. So give us a call if you need anything. We'll be happily to help you out. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. If you don't mind, please, if you did, I got it for cheat sheet, you put those out and it's returned to me and all that. Yeah, appreciate it.
I'll take it. Thank you. So oddly enough, there is a Saraceni at the hospital. It's not this Saraceni. It's my executive breadwinning wife. She's the CIO. I don't even think you ever engaged with her. Let's take her out. But there is a hospital here. Hospital is a giant quotation mark. It's like a super urgent care. We're going to roll through quick because we're running out of time. They're right across the street. They're down Caravella Point. So actually, like literally across the way, which makes the difficulty of getting appointments even more frustrating. But you get on down there, and we'll roll through, please. I'm so sorry. Cool. First thing you got to do, if you have not been here in a while, or if you haven't registered in a while, you got to go do registrations on the first floor. You go to room 100A, it's right across the. It says patient admin on it. You have to be registered at the hospital in order to be billed correctly. All right. I know no one wants to be billed, but one thing that comes up every once in a while is the hospital can't bill you. They just give it to the Treasury Department, and then you have a collections against you from the United States Treasury, which looks really bad on your credit report, FYI, and it's just a total nightmare. So before you go see the doctor, you have to check in and make sure you're registered appropriately. They will treat you without that in PR, absolutely, but the billing office there is not the most excellent, to quote Bill and Ted. So just make sure you're registered, make sure you got all your stuff filled in and stuff like that. They do primary care, they got internal medicine, they got pediatrics, they got immunizations, they have all that, but like at the lowest level you could think of. Okay, so like you can get an X-ray, but if you want an MRI, I'm sure terrorists have to flop down. You can get a CAT scan if the CAT scan machine is working. Most likely you're going to be flown off the island. So it's very limited in what they can and cannot do. A lot of labs have to get flown out on the C-12 and get read and then flown back. So if you have a medical condition and you need like regular checks and whatnot, just make sure to be proactive because they're going to draw your blood on I think it's only on Tuesdays to take it on the flight on Wednesday. So on Friday they can tell you you're good to go or not. They don't have cardiology, they don't have neuro, they don't have a lot of stuff. So no base jumping. Try not to go skateboarding unless you're really good at it. Don't get hurt. You're going to get flown off the island. I hate and stuff like that, but one thing, just so you all know, the hospital here is only staffed to support the actual military. That's it. So I think they say there's 1,400 military members on this base, give or take. That's it. The hospital is only built to support them. It's not built to support dependents or anyone else. And then all military who come here are screened medically to be here. So technically, it's like only designed to take care of young, healthy individuals who get hurt doing stupid stuff. but that's about it. So it's really not built for all the extra stuff. So you'll see the stream when you get over there. They do their absolute best. The coordination for off-island care is pretty good. I know it's harder for y'all because you can't just get a ticket through the hospital. You have to do stuff through their day, but they do their best. It's just not a whole lot. Next, please. I'm not helping them. I don't know how medevac works for y'all. Is your GSs? I don't think you fall into TRICARE. So if you don't, this is something I guess you gotta ask HR. You do have to have medevac insurance because if something terrible happens to you, like you stab a femur and they gotta fly you out tomorrow, also there's no medevac for under 8 hours. The best I've ever done was 8 hours for a giant aneurysm. Usually it's 1 to 2 days before they fly you out of here. 30 grand. So if you don't have insurance, it's 30 grand. The United States Treasury will come for you at some point. So just make sure you have it. I will double check. I don't know how you guys are covered. You're just employees, so you should be, but I know there is. Sometimes it's different. So just be aware of that. Referrals management, that's who takes care of your referral. For instance, I lost all feeling in my left arm like 6 months ago. I'm still working on my referral management. I should be getting an MRI sometime in September. It's great. It's awesome. That's because the actually Bill's MRI machine broke as well. Apparently MRIs, you're supposed to get new ones every couple of years, and the Navy didn't get that message. Moving through. Oh, did you go back up? I'm sorry. One thing that catch people off guard, and caught me off guard, is they're like, all right, cool, we got your referral in, you need an MRI. And that's the end of the conversation. You have to go make your own MRI appointment and then go tell them that your MRI appointment is, and then they'll work the backside. So there's a little of that. It kind of catch people off guard. So just be aware they're not going to be like, hey, you need an MRI, this is Dr. Bob on this date down there, stuff like that. You've got to actually do your own thing. If you have any questions, station admin will take care of you. They'll tell you what to do. They'll help you out. If you're getting no love at all, if you tell me, then I can go over there and be like, hey, what the heck's going on? And kind of get a face for you. Next, please. Moving through, medical billing, there's a billing office over there. Just make sure you get your bill. If you haven't seen a bill, they didn't forget about you. They just didn't do it right. So you have to be very proactive. Not the best way to do things, but just be aware. Moving on, please. Bada bing. All right, clinic phone is insane. Sometimes you cannot get through on the phone line. Sometimes the phone line doesn't work. Sometimes it's just busy all day. If you can't get through, call the quarterdeck, which is 992-998. It's on the get to sleep. And then the quarterdeck will transfer you to the other secret phone that no one knows about, and then they can book your appointment. So if you call when it's busy, don't just assume that they're really busy. Sometimes the phone lines are down, the phone's off the hook, I don't know, I'm not there. A lot of times you just gotta go in yourself, like, hey. For instance, I ate poo-poo running down a hill not too long ago, and I just walked myself into the ER. I was like, this hurts really bad. Help me. And they did, they took care of it, so it was good. I don't give a dope, there's no reason. I hope not. I better follow up with that. Moving on, please. Moving on. Clinic hours. Oh, sorry, just go back up. I know I'm rushing. Just go back up. Down one, please. You're awesome. 10:30 to 11:30. What? Routine clinic?
You said hours, right?
Oh, I did. Thank you. 8 to 11:30, 13 to 15:45, which does not help you guys out. Because you get out at 15:15. And we know that. And it's been brought up. So if you cannot get an appointment, this is what CMC was talking about. And I know we don't like putting our names on negative things. We don't like to be like the negative Nancy. But I just complain. I need an appointment. Physically cannot be there until 15:40. Help me. And then the base goes to the hospital and says, hey, like, what's going on? And they'll hook you up. All right? I know no one likes to be the complainer, but if you need to get in there, then that's where those ice complaints come in. Moving on, please. Okay, we're good now. We can skip all this. School physicals are good. Dental's actually really good. It's not easy to get into sometimes, but they're usually like 2 to 3 weeks out you can schedule it, but the dental here is relatively good. There's no pediatric dentistry here. So if your kids need anything crazy, like a tooth extracted, things like that, they're going to recommend that you fly back to America World and see a dentist there. So if a cleaning and an inspection, they can do those here. They can do fillings and all that, but if you need anything like endodontist, I believe they're called, then you got to go back to the States. Next, please. Bada bing. Same hours as the hospital. We can keep going. I'm sorry. Physical therapy, if you do get hurt really bad, the physical therapy, there is a clinic here. Mr. Stoll, Adam Stoll is a great, Aaron Stoll is a great guy. He's a very nice guy. He's gonna hurt you. It's not a good time. There's like lacrosse balls and rubber bands and you live out of there, but they will actually take good care of you. He's actually really good. He will stay later and take care of you. He'll book you at 1600 because he works in his own little building all by himself. It's like his own little empire. He'll take care of you if you need physical therapy. So please don't blow it off because you won't heal right. Next, please. The lab is there. You can go to the lab. You can scroll.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I'm rushing through here. Outpatient pharmacy. The pharmacy is super duper slow. It is what it is. There's no good side. Put your meds in. Come back a couple hours later. Order them today. Pick them up tomorrow. The pharmacy is slow. I think there's one pharmacist on an island and like 2 pharmacist mates, and they take care of everyone. All local nationals, all foreign nationals, all civilians, all JTF Bravo, all ICE guys. They take care of like, I think it's 4,500 people. They're staffed for 1,400. So the pharmacy is slow. The pharmacy is also limited. So if you have a unique medication, I highly recommend you reach out early and say, hey, I need to refill up this in 30 days. Because sometimes I have to order those drugs from the States. They get flown down here on the C-12 and they get lost. It's a disaster. So just if you take like anything specific, make sure the pharmacy knows ahead of time, because even though the doc might order you a refill today, it might be a week before that gets to you. So just one thing to keep aware of. You can scroll. There's a galley that's the best breakfast on the island. It's you any good because you guys are working during the galley breakfast. Sorry. But during the break, if you want to, this galley, best galley. And then do a Jamaican oxtail once a month. It is top line. There's like a line out the door. So we can scroll. I'll post this up for you guys. It's all QR codes. We can scroll. Here's some cool pictures. I think my wife made sure she wasn't in any of those pictures. But so the hospital's great. I kind of poo-pooed a little bit, but it can support you. Just be aware, like everything else out here, it is stretched to the limit. It is minimal hand. So being proactive. I know no one wakes up sick and goes, oh man, I should have skipped an appointment 3 days ago because I was sick. They will see you if you're sick. It's just, it might be an all day ER kind of event. It's not the most bueno. You'll also see some of your students. If mom needs an x-ray, or needs surgery, the whole family leaves because it's a free ticket off the island. And so they're gone for 2 weeks and then they come back. So you will see students disappearing, like, oh, you on vacation? Yeah, we're just going to Jacksonville for 2 weeks. Disappearing for a week. So it does get frustrating with constant absences, but don't put it second. Any questions on the hospital I can bring back to them? Concerns? All right, I'm gonna turn it over to AMC, talk about flights, and then we'll go to the banks, and then.
Hey, Dan.
How are yours?
Talk about this package, the welcome aboard package.
And there's 11 welcome aboard packages back there. If anyone wants one, you just come see me afterwards and I'll hand it out to you. You guys are awesome. Go.
Okay, so I'm a lot shorter, so we're gonna do this one. Can everyone hear me? It's good? All right, so I work for C2G at the AMC Air Terminal. If you're ever wanting to get off island, you'll probably see my face, or if you go to familiar faces around. I'm gonna go through it pretty quick. I set it up specifically for teachers, so if you see me skip a few things, it's because it probably does not apply to you, and I'm trying to keep it in that 10-minute mark. So starting off, space available. We call it space A. If you hear that, that's what we're talking about. Essentially, you're waiting for any ticketed passengers on orders, or cargo flight. All that has to be accounted for first. After that, we will then put on space A passengers. Few things to remember for space A. You always want to give us your paperwork as soon as you have it. We will look it over, make sure that you don't have anything missing on it. We will also hold it for you until your vacation time starts, which then will sign you up automatically. If your dependents are trying to leave, we'll sign them up as soon as they give us their paperwork, retirees, etc. I'll go through all those in a few slides down. But the sooner you give us your paperwork, the better. Ensures you have everything you could possibly need and the highest priority for that flight. The exception to this is 6.5 travelers. We do not take those 6.5 letters ahead of time. I'll just go through a few slides down as well. But categories 1 through 6, you can be added to our wait list or our before at any time. So if your leave hasn't started yet, we'll hold it until it does start, then add you to the sign-up list. Otherwise, if you're a retiree or a dependent, we'll sign you up the minute you come in. We sometimes offer early check-in for Space Aid. Unfortunately, it has been very high travel season this summer, so we haven't been able to do early check-ins for Space Aid, but that is sometimes an option. If you're categories 1 through 6, you can come to the annex on Thursday, like the ticketed passengers do. I'll have our website posted at the end. You'll just check there. It'll tell you categories 1 through whatever. If you do not see that, seats are full. We have to have a minimum of 40 seats open to take Space Aid the day before. We cannot have that in months, so we have not been able to do that. In the event we don't take Space Aid the day before, you'll also see our roll call time there for Friday morning. It'll be on that slide. If you've given us your paperwork, you do not need to come to the annex the day before because we have everything we need from you. Don't wait in that long line just to be told we're not taking Space Aid that day. It's a waste of your time. You don't need to do it. Once we have your paperwork, know that we are taking care of you from there. 6.5 travelers, even though we don't take your paperwork ahead of time, we go based on the date in the top of the corner. I'll show you that date in a minute. So don't worry about it. Roll call says 8 a.m. Do not get there at 5 a.m. Do not get there at 6 a.m. It's not going to help you at all. Most of the time, we're not even going to get there that early. You're just waiting and making your travel date even longer. So only get there when we say. It's not going to make a difference if you get there any earlier. Space Aid categories. So here are all the Space Aid categories in case you're wondering where you are in line. Category 1 is emergency leave. 2 is unfunded environmental morale. So you can do your funded or unfunded. These are unfunded. This is if the sponsor's traveling. So all of you guys are traveling, you would be category 2. If you're not traveling and just your spouse or children, they're category 4. That also applies only during the school year as well. So if you're traveling during the summer, you bump down. Category 3 is military on leave. Category 4, that is your summer travel, or if your dependents are going without you, if they're going on vacation while you're still working for the year, they're going to be a category 4. Category 5 is military dependents. 6 is retirees. You must be active retired. You cannot be like a disabled vet. Those don't qualify for OCOMIS. And then 6.5 is your standard DoD civilians, as long as you need visitors. If you have any visitors coming, they'll be 6.5 as well. Category 1 emergency. Sorry, I'm going on my own slides here, but I think we're at it. Category 1 emergency leave. You must have your Space Aid paperwork in addition to the Red Cross. If you just show up with the Red Cross message, it will not get you off island. You need your Space Aid paperwork. It only works to get you off island. It does not bring you back as a category 1. So keep that in mind. If you have a 6.5 letter, you're going to leave as a 1. You're coming back as a 6.5. So keep that in mind. Also, it's for direct relatives only: mom, dad, child, something like that. Aunts, uncles, cousins do not qualify as emergency. That being said, if it's somebody who raised you, maybe there's a few gray areas. You can talk to our supervisor. She does kind of work with those situations, but 9 times out of 10, it must be a direct relative, and you have to have that Red Cross message stating that you're needing to go. There's also the other documentation that's required in the event you are needing to take emergency leave. Cat 2, that's your unfunded environmental morale. There's going to be a special form you fill out. You are given 2 of these per year. Being mindful that it's not like calendar year, January to January. It's whatever month you've got here. So if you arrive to island in May, it's May 2025 to May 2026, and then May 2026 to 2027. You get 2 per year. If you're new to island, and most of you are, you cannot take your unfunded environmental morale leave within 6 months of getting here, or if you're leaving within 6 months, your PRD date. If that's the case, you do need a waiver. I have an example a few slides down. But note that you will need that waiver. The CO endorsement is not your waiver. We need that plus all your paperwork to get the waiver. We send it off to Southcom, and they take up to 30 days. They do waivers once a month. So if you miss that cutoff for that month, it's done. So always give it to us as soon as you can so we can ensure you have it in time of travel. Again, teachers, this is only for you during the school year. Your dependents can move up with you. So if you're traveling with your dependents, they don't stay in the 4. They travel up with you. So whatever the highest priority is, they move up there. But if they're not traveling with you, then they're staying in the 4. There's a documentation required. Waiver if needed. Again, it's only if you are here within less than 6 months or leaving within the next 6 months. So keep that in mind. They're valid for 90 days from whenever you plan to travel. So there's going to be a box that says like expected travel date. If you change your plans, you don't need to get a new email. We'll just change your travel date there and it kind of goes through. But be mindful if you leave and your vacation happens to be longer than 90 days, you cannot return on it then because they're only valid for 90 days. We have one person on our team who's getting ready to go travel the world with his grandparents. He's going to be gone for 99 days. He's leaving on a new email. He's not coming back on a new email. Those are only valid for 90 days once you leave. That's also important. I'll get to it in category 4. If you have children that have graduated and gone off to college, or maybe you have children that live with another family member, they cannot start their UEML in Jacksonville. You must start your UEML in Guantanamo Bay. It is a program specifically to get more residents to help boost your morale. So you cannot bring your child who's been in college all fall back for the summer on a UEML. They must start the UEML here, go to Jacksonville, then come back. Again, when they're heading back to school, you can use it. It's only going to be a one-way because they're probably not coming back within 90 days, but they can take it off island. This is an example of what that UEML waiver is going to look like. We get one long list of everyone that submitted their waiver, so we will redact any information that is not pertaining to you. These travel dates are very specific. So if you don't know for sure your travel dates, go longer than what you think you're going to need, because if you miss a flight due to no seats being available, you change your travel plans, you have to get a new waiver. We only authorize travel on this waiver, so make sure you have those dates covered. And again, category 4 is just your dependents traveling, not you guys as well, unless it's in summer months, then you guys drop down. Skipping category 5, because that's military dependents. Category 6 is going to be retirees. So if any of you happen to be a retiree, you can travel as a 6 instead of a 6.5. This is what that form looks like. The AMC has a different form that all the other bases use, get most unique. We use this form. So if you have the old form, we'll just say, hey, refill out this one. We have plenty of copies of the annex. You're welcome to stop by at any time, fill out those forms. They are valid for 60 days or until you travel. So most of the retirees on base, we see them every 50 to 60 days. They come in, fill out a new form, restart their sign up. One cool thing you can do with retirees as well, if you put your name on the list a month ago, you now realize you're leaving in 50 days, current one's gonna expire. Come in, say, hey, I wanna delete that old one and I wanna restart my 60 days. So that way I'm top on the list versus middle of the list. So that's the things you can do. I joke with retirees all the time, you can come in daily, you can update it daily if you want. We don't care. So whenever you think you're gonna be traveling, it's good for 60 days. So, and then again, that's everything you need. Your visitors can also be retirees. If you have a cousin or a friend that's a retiree, they don't have to be a 6.5 traveler then. They still need a 5512 base access clearance, that's all through security. But they can travel down on a retiree and be a little bit higher and bump everyone else's visitors who are just a 6.5. 6.5, this is the letter that I was talking about. We do not take these in advance. That date, so in this case, it's the March 19th. That's the date we go off of. So it doesn't matter if you're first in line. If you're leaving August 1st and your paperwork says August 1st, you're bottom of that category. It doesn't matter if you were first in line. Now, if you're last in line and your date said April because you were very proactive and got your paperwork done in time, you're going to be top of that list. So we always provide that date in the top right-hand corner, not where you are in that place in line. This is for if you're taking your standard vacation or if you have anybody coming to visit you. This is the letter that they would most likely be on. Again, if they're a visitor, they do need that 5512 letter. A few things to kind of recap on Space A before we move over to Space R. Always give us your paperwork ahead of time. Even these 6.5 letters, we don't take them, but if you're nervous that you have everything you need, come bring it to the annex. We will look everything over for you and make sure that you have that highest priority. The only time your spot in line matters is if you did not give us your paperwork in time. So if you're on UEML and you're waiting until Friday morning to give us your paperwork, you want to be first in line because it starts your receive time, and anybody else behind you is now going to fight for that same spot. So always, always, always give us your paperwork ahead of time. That way you can relax on Friday. Don't have to worry about coming in on Thursday. Because we go by when your leave time starts. Now, if your leave started on Thursday, you don't give us your paperwork till Friday, you just lost 12 to 24 hours of vacation and priority for that flight. So give it to us before your vacation time starts or before your friends are traveling, so that way they have that very nice spot. It has been where, you know, if they would have turned the paperwork in 2 days earlier, they wouldn't make the flight. So it does matter, especially during high volume times. And always check our website to see if we're taking space 8 early. We never take 6.5 early. We've gotten to retiree maybe one time. Usually we take categories 2 and 3 the day before the annex. All right, space required. So these are going to be if you're on official orders, PCSing in, PCSing out, rat travel, medical travel, you're funded environmental rally, anything that's official government orders, that's what you're going to be traveling on. We do offer early check-in for those flights. We take control of the flight 24 hours in advance. Anything before 24 hours, we can't touch. C2G is only a contract company. We don't make reservations. We don't do anything with the flight until 24 hours in advance to kind of keep that in mind. You will need your passport, your orders, and your luggage at that time. If you have just a travel itinerary, when they make your reservation, they're going to give you a printout that says show up at this time, here's where you're going. That is not your orders. If you show up with just that, you're not going to see on the flight. So make sure you have your orders with you. That itinerary is a confirmation for you, has nothing to do with us. So make sure you have those orders. Now, if you have orders in your hand, you're going to be one of 2 options, either a reservation or a duty standby. Like I said, C2G does not make reservations. So that's up to your guys' admin department to make sure that you have that reservation you need. If you come to check in and you don't have a reservation, you are now duty standby in hopes that a seat opens up for you. On not peak travel times, we can easily add your name to that list, you're good to go. The last couple of months, you would have been waiting and standing by until Friday morning, noon time frame right before we board, we're getting out tickets for those who are on standby. So keep that in mind. Always double check that you have your reservation in, especially if you're a group. It's not uncommon to have 3 of the 4 passengers on the list. Somebody got missed and now they're duty standby and they may not get to go. Nobody's going to leave a child or dad behind, so make sure you're having everyone in that group good to go. You're always welcome to stop by the annex. We will not give out information over the phone for security reasons, but you can stop by, show us your ID, we'll let you know if you have a reservation or not. Again, 150 seats per week. Once those fill up, we will not kick anybody off the flight to put you on the flight, whether you have orders in your hand or not. So keep that in mind. You have 90 days to get your name on that reservation list. We close at 48 hours in advance. After that, you're duty standby. These are the available flights that we have posted every 60 to 90 days. Weekly to Jacksonville, every other week to Kingston, Jamaica. We do 150 seats with a few exceptions to that. 150 seats every week. We also have some unscheduled flights, meaning these come at random. Those are for OMC. You might hear about them from time to time. The C-130 and the C-12. The biggest thing for OMC is they graciously allow us to put space on that flight because it's not our flight. So we have no control over their cancellations, we have no control over anything, and we're also not allowed to post them. So if you're looking for a flight on Saturday and you don't see it, there might be one, you just can't post it, you do not post OMC. So if you hear somebody talking about a Saturday flight and you don't see it, call us. We can say, hey, yeah, there is one, but we can't post their schedule. They're only space A only, so if you're on orders, don't come that day, make sure you get 6.5 letter or something different because you cannot travel on orders on any of these 3 flights. They are scheduled to change, cancel at any time, and we have no control over it. So we hope for the best. I mean, we've done it where I'm in the boarding line, and then we get a call saying, actually, we're no longer taking passengers and sending everyone home. So until you're on that plane, I would not book further travel. Just my opinion, you can travel as much as you want to go.
Where do they go?
They vary. They really do. We have a 70 on our website. 70-hour report. It's going to tell you if they're going to Jacksonville, Fort Lauderdale, South Carolina. OMC goes to Andrews. They're recently going to Baltimore. There's so many different options. It's hard to say, but check our 70-hour report. Jacksonville NAS Jax is active duty only. If you ever see that one posted, because they don't have customs at the base, they do not allow you to fly in. You can fly back from there, but we can't fly into, which is why we fly to Jacksonville International and not the base when we go on Fridays as well. So keep that in mind. There are a few locations that are going to be active duty only, simply for customs reasons. So just some key takeaways. If you don't remember anything, just always remember to come talk to us first. Do not wait till Thursday when you're flying out. Do not wait till Friday when you're flying out. Come show us your paperwork, make sure you're good to go. The last thing you want to do when you're getting ready to go on vacation is find out there's something that you're missing and your whole vacation's up in the air. So keep that in mind. We're always here to help answer any questions that you have. Same with orders, we won't take your orders in advance. We can let you know, hey, you're missing this, you're needing this. Somebody in your reservation group's not booked, something like that. The earlier, the better. Pets, anything like that, if you're traveling, just always come to us and we can help you the best that we can from there. Finally, here's our information. We do update our website Monday through Friday, right around 9 a.m. every day. That's my job to update it. Not always perfect, but I do try and have it updated. That's where you're going to find our 72-hour report. So any information that we have for flights coming up that week. We typically get C-130s and the C-12s on Friday for that upcoming week. So kind of keep that in mind. Don't call me on Wednesday or Thursday asking for next week's flights because I'm probably not going to have them. OMC, same thing. They're usually about 30 days out. The standard Friday flights to Jacksonville and Kingston are the only ones that we can really plan around. That are guaranteed. Everything else is kind of a couple days in advance. So look for a 72-hour report. Also use that website. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, that's going to have our check-in times. Make sure, if it's a dual flight day, you're going to Jacksonville, our check-in time is cut in half. We have to do the Kingston flight first. Space A, whether we're taking them, that's all going to be on there. Your roll call time. If you have reservations in your, like an order in the reservations, and you do not show up by roll call time, your reservation is canceled and you give it to the duty standby passenger. That's the only time your reservation goes to somebody else is if you're not there for roll call, because that tells us you don't want the flight anymore. We have 5 to 10 seats every week that we cancel because nobody shows up. So that's, make sure you're there by roll call, no exceptions. We also have a flight recording, the 6204. That's going to tell you the projected flights. It's also going to tell you, if you hit option 2, what our seat count is for the next upcoming 4 flights. So if you're thinking you're leaving at the end of the month, call that recording. We're going to tell you how many seats are currently open as of 8 a.m. that morning. So kind of keep that in mind too. We update that if you're off island. You need to know how many seats are coming inbound. We do inbound and outbound for the next 4 flights. So keep that there. Always stop by our annex. Always stop by the terminal. I'm usually on the terminal side, but we do have staffing at the annex Monday through Friday. 9 to 6 are their hours. If you have just general questions, personally recommend avoiding Thursdays. That building is crazy. You're going to see an hour-long line to get a 5-minute question. Come back Friday, come back Monday. Try to avoid Thursdays unless you're flying. Questions? Yeah.
So Cat 2 during the school year, so say I want to leave for spring break, I don't need to put in for a UEML, or do I? Because we have a break there.
You do. It only counts for summer break. So school starts, I think Monday, right? School starts Monday. So if you were to take UEML this week, school's not started yet. You're in the summer break. So it's the start of the school day to the last day of school, which I think this year is like May 31 or something like that. So anytime in there, even if you're on like winter break, something like that, it's still the school year. So it counts.
Don't need it, I'll still be Cat 2.
You'll still be, you'll need your UEML form, yet you'll be Cat 2 on that one. So you must have your UEML form, your leave chit with your working hours on it. So you work Monday through Friday, 8 to 4, whatever your hours are, plus that approved leave chit or approved UEML form. Yep. Spring break's far away, so you won't have to worry about your waiver either. So you should be good. Yep. Spring break would only be like if this is your last year teaching and you're going to PCS in May. You would then need a waiver for spring break because you're leaving 2 months later. So, yeah.
For, to piggyback on this, dependents who are using right now, what category are they?
If they're traveling with you, they're a 2. If they're traveling by themselves, they're a 4. So the way that it works, like, so I'm an active duty spouse. My husband, when he takes leave, he's a category 3. If I fly without him, I'm a category 5. I can always move up with him when he's going. We don't keep families separated because in the event you're going to leave with, let's say, a 5-year-old, that 5-year-old can't travel by themselves. So they go up to the category with you.
Okay, now let me ask this question. You may not be able to answer this because this happened to me years ago. My husband was on the UEML, my house, but he, when he got his letter back from command, he was considered a 6.5. So that's why I'm confused, why you're telling me the dependent supply on the floor.
Did he have a UEML form or did he only have a 6.5 letter? I would have to see his paperwork. He did have a
Then
U.
I have to go out on that also too, but he didn't apply because he's considered 6.5 and not a full.
I would have to see his paperwork. Only reason he'd be a 6.5 is if he didn't have a proper UEML form filled out. So without seeing his paperwork in hand, I just don't know what would be wrong with it. But if he had that UEML form, he would have been a 4, not a 6.5. 6.5 is only if they only have a 6.5 letter. Yeah, I don't know who would have messed up there without seeing the paperwork and stuff, but he should have been, if the proper paperwork, it would have been a 4. Yeah. Any other questions? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We're gonna have the 2 banks real quick on base. I know we're running behind, so I apologize.
I'm like nervous to talk about anything. Good morning, everyone. My name is Haley. I'm a member service representative at our Navy Federal. Just a little bit about us, just trying to keep it short and sweet for you. Where we're located, we are located at the next atrium. We are in between the beauty and barbershop and personalized services. We are very, very small. We are easy to miss, but I promise you guys we are there. Our hours are Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 4:30. However, if you ever need us and it's after 4:30 or on the weekend, our contact services are open 24 hours. So just give Navy Federal a call and they'll be able to do anything that we can do. We also do have a mobile app. Our digital team at Navy Federal is trying to be their best at making this app more user-friendly for everyone. I know that we have had a lot of updates. Some people like it, some people don't, but all that feedback, they try to make it as best as they can. However, they are making it where you can do everything almost that we can do. So if you're trying to open an account, apply for a loan, check your credit score, everything like that, you're able to do it on our mobile app. It also has a lot of resources and tools for budgeting as well. So if you just go on there, it'll be under My Making Sense. That's what Navy Federal calls it. And then under that, we'll just give you all the tools on budgeting and everything that you need for your financial stuff. We don't have on-base ATMs. We do use community bank ATMs, but it is free for Navy Federal members. I'm not going to go too much into the military checking accounts. However, if you do decide to get your pay towards Navy Federal, it doesn't matter if it's the full or just a small amount. We do offer some benefits with giving your direct deposit towards Navy Federal. So with that, if you get our free easy checking, just a checking account with your direct deposit towards it, you get 5% interest gained on however much you have in your account. And then also with that, you get $10 up to ATM rebates. So although the ATM does not charge whenever you do use it, it will charge if you check your balance or you accidentally type in the wrong PIN. However, if you do have your direct deposit with us, Navy Federal will reimburse up to $10 per statement period, which is pretty nice. And then a big thing is that we do not take cash. We are a non-cash facility. That means we cannot give you cash, nor can we take your cash. However, we do have a workaround that. So if you ever have cash that you need to deposit into your Navy Federal account, you can always visit Community Bank or the post office. I know Community Bank only takes cash Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And then the post office is whenever they're open in their business hours. But with that, you'll just replace the cash with a money order, and then we'll deposit that into your account. Now, make sure you keep the receipt that they give you because we'll reimburse you for the fee that they charge, just as an inconvenience of us having no cash. And then if you ever need to take the cash out, there are ATMs on base. However, it is a $1,000 daily limit. If you do need more than $1,000, we can always cut you a cashier's check and you can take it over to Community Bank and cash that as well. So we try to work around us having no cash. It's just we're so small and there's no
way to store all the cash. But we do a lot of account servicing as well. So with debit cards, we can print them on spot. However, with credit cards, you will have to wait, sadly, that 4 to 6 weeks for it to mail in. That's just the mailing system. However, if you get it mailed to the States, it's 7 to 10 business days. So it's a lot faster. It's just the 4 to 6 weeks. It's because of the mail system here. So we always recommend, if you have a credit card and there's either fraud on it or you lost it, we always recommend to keep that the most secure, just because of how long you can go without it. Now, if you lose it, we are sometimes able to issue a digital card, which will give you your card number, the CVC, and the expiration date, but it's just not a guarantee that you will get that digital card, and that's only if it's lost or stolen. But with that, so these are, so these are the ATMs on base. There's one in the next atrium right in front of Community Bank. There's one at the Mini Mart, the hospital next to the cash gauge, and then there is one at the Leeward Terminal as well. Like I said, it is free for Navy Federal members. It's just if you check your balance or accidentally type in the wrong PIN, then that's where the dollar fee will come in. That is all for me. Any questions? No? All right. You guys have a great day. Thank you.
That's it. Okay, everyone, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So if you want to be back in your seats by 10:40, actually 12 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get your assistant?
If you still have one of those ERF forms from Mr. Stewart, if I can grab that from you, I'll take it back.
Mr. Stewart.
Yes, ma'am.
This is on the PDF.
Yes.
Well, it worked, but.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna break that down. Because it's too big to email by itself. So I'll just break it down from this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the one I second the say for the new people to go to the hospital and post office and all that. Sometimes, is there going to be some time where we take them as a group or are we going?
She didn't share
Well, she said something about, oh, more people need this. They need cat cards, they need hospital and post office. And the hospital does not make sense to everything. Do you know this?
well, because I didn't have to do that. But she watched.
Excellent. What was that there? Yes. I brought this up with dates. I don't know why we don't have. We just get why don't you have someone just fly down like a couch, give all this commands, and fly back. Yeah. It all depends on who you talk to. Because some of those guys are like, like, I can't have taxis for the side of it. So I can't have flies, spend 6 weeks in transit. I mean, I need to get you. You're already flying. Why can't you? Why can't anyone fly out of this bro? Pick up the Why is that? We go out of our way to make things so hard. Oh, it was, I handed out like some evaluation forms. Who was the family guy? Who's the, Queen family's got no one works there. They do have Missy Elliott, who's a really good counselor, which is for hours, into your hours, so I don't know. Would you like a Saturday student? Yes. Yes, so what I'm gonna do is, yeah. Yeah, that's yeah, so I'm gonna break each week down the hospital flight and all that stuff, and I'll send that to her. So it's too big to handle.
Because of your cactus. So your cactus still aligned to Osaka. So that's why you need a cactus appointment. Because when does your cactus start? Yeah. So do mine. But it will not work for any of your stuff to assign you here until you go and get that appointment. That's why the appointment is so important, because it will not let you do all this stuff. So the moment I get this package, then I can go on here. Yes. Because there is something that you need to do to stop the post allowance, and then you create the one for post allowance. Do you remember?
Yeah, I'm gonna put all that out.
To stop post allowance.
This is the updated one. Because I filled out the other one. Yeah. This is the updated one. We just found out today. Okay. I'm bringing your updated copy. You have 2 forms of ID and your oath. My driver's license for the entire year. So temporary until we get you a new one. Yeah. Just tell me. I have this. But that's unrealistic. It's fine. You can bring your passport later. As long as you got 2 forms of ID. Where are you gonna go to? Oh, I
That's what I was gonna ask. If I have post office in the hospital, that all the new people have to do it, so they're gonna do it.
I would rather get every time. I'm trying to do the post lounge. The post is different. I'm trying to get out of the post.
She has to.
Oh, no. I think you might have to go.
Yeah. Oh, it's a big one. So it's not really for you to say, I'll tell you what that was. I've got a 60. Yeah. Yes, Thomas. Anyway, I found a different one, like I have that immediate, because it's like, I'm gonna give it to you, but I'm looking for. I have a different, I'll give you my. I'll give you. Yeah, no, I'm gonna, no, yeah. So it's because actually Carl was in other parts of the world. Okay. And so like, I have to really get you down, so you charge. Yeah.
I did good. I did, exactly.
Yeah, remember how? Yeah. All of our new people need to cancel it and sign up for some direction. And I don't remember how to cancel it. I know how to go in the back and create it. And then you guys are on that now. But they can't do it until they get their tax updated for here, because it won't allow them to get it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can go get my.
Yes, okay.
So I got
Yes. I did order one with for last week. We don't have any, but they are available through the site.
Okay. So you can send her that maybe? Yeah, and I'll try to send an email with a reminder too, so, yeah.
I got stuff.
Thank you. Nobody in our house. What do you like? It's okay. It's what we're doing.
You're ready for your oath of office, Jackson? Need 2 forms of ID, picture ID, take that in, and you'll do your oath of office there.
Any new employee to WT Sampson, please go to the front office, that way you can be sworn in. If you've already been sworn in, then don't worry about it. And for the rest of us, we'll give you an extra 5 minutes.
5 more minutes. For the rock, they can hydrate. Just show up to the rock.
That was amazing.
Thank you. If you have any complaints or things that we could have covered that we should have covered,
That part I don't know.
Yeah, so better. I asked you all that too. Yeah, I know. You're not unique. No one else is gonna do it. That's what I brought up. He's like, he's not. With the AOs, it's not the AOs. When you open a GS, you get they're not going to represent it. They're going to do it for a little while, and then they're going to register. You're going to get some serious things. You need to go back to the district, to the district. All places you need to because otherwise it's just going to be 2X. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, actually, I was going to ask how that works. Okay.
So
I would have one. Yeah, I thought I had the day I made my laptop. And I don't have a work laptop, however. Which is
that's frustrating for you.
Hey!
I'm all over the place. Yeah. I've met a lot of agents.
We've never had this
I'm
before.
gonna send out.
This is 6 year. We've never had this.
Good. Yeah, we can do that. That's why we did all that.
No, I think it was good because, I mean,
And give like returning teachers get 2 hours in your classroom. And then new hires can show here, get a quick read.
I mean, I think everybody understands. Security.
I know I said before. I was something last year. I know something. Not even a skip. Last skipper was White never came. Everywhere along the year never came.
Yeah, he did. He came to like a staff meeting. Oh, she gets it.
I wish it was just chat. I do get tired. You all suck. You all know. Take that. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So yeah, I'm gonna send her. I'm gonna break it down. It'll be like dental breed or hospital, and that way she can hang. You guys can just go on to your
We're to share the presentation.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I didn't get that. I didn't even get that. I didn't you figure out how to fly by you're like, where do you mean go? Because everywhere else in the world, they show up with an e-paper and your CAC is active duty, and like you get on the next circuit. Like, oh, is there a C-130 leaving? Here is this piece of paper, and I'm like, all right, I would like to fly down there. And you fly. Here it's like, did the skipper sign your letter? Like, you need this letter. Where do I get this letter? You go to housing. Why did housing depend on my flag? Well, you know. So yeah, so we'll send that out, and I'm glad it was good. Yeah, I'll make that note for next year. Do you have a union with you? I think I was. Okay, I was there. She can. We can work together. She can push that like, well, returning teachers. So they don't take it, they don't have to take it. This is 2 hours for me, returning you 2 hours in their classroom. What did you do? We're doing together. 2 hours before. And step right into a Zoom call with district. Yeah. Because everywhere you go, you find out. You show up, that's how you find out. Like, that's why I know that
I think I have one outstanding bill. I probably should check on.
it's your personal property. Because like my truck showed up, and I was like, well, how my truck showed up? It shipped my house once before. When I go down there, we got boxes with my name on. Your stuff's like here. Only one service you need. That's our stuff. You deliver my stuff. As long as I hear you, it's right there. You guys are killing it. Excellent. Awesome. I'm glad it was good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll have all that out to her and then we'll push it out. Cool. Bananas. Cool. Bananas.
Has Ruby gotten it?
Ruby can see over the what's it called? The nets, the belt, the conveyor belt.
Oh, really?
She could put her little nose on top
Oh,
of
wow.
it.
I know there's something sacred.
All of them. My oldest is almost as tall as my wife. His feet are bigger. We're trying to buy shoes, and we buy women's shoes. Because they have no kids shoes on the side. His feet are bigger. Golly.
See, my brother too, he started shooting before that he was a straight. Yeah, straight up. And I told him,
Well, I joke with them. I only have part of it. Like, stop growing. This is the one place I can't just go to Walmart and buy a new wardrobe. And Alex sings me this song about how Nexcom tells him what he can and cannot sell for those long sleeves. I'm like, no one here needs long sleeves. It's 1,000 degrees. Well, Nexcom. I'm like, can you please sell shorts and short sleeves for teenagers? Can you please sell kid clothes? But all the shirts you get from the fitness event, I don't need to buy new clothes. I get enough clothes, except for like a suit and tie, but they don't sell that stuff.
I'll say the one thing I miss about traditional schools is the free gear. Right to the right next to the outside. Like I need a polo, I need a t-shirt, I need a, you know what I mean? I know.
I don't understand how they did it. Well, so the PTO did it in Rhode Island. PTO here got tagged by planners, so they spent $1,000 on planners. I got funding.
So I was like, I don't care.
Whatever. Long story short, PTO we're trying to get you just regular spirit wear shirts. I'm going to get the company back up again.
Oh, yeah.
Messing up the damn quote. We have a lot of shirts.
Even if they had an online store, even that would help.
That's what a lot of places do. You just go online and buy it.
Yeah. Like,
But what kills me is
like other benefits of BTO.
I'm part of the Lighthouse. We order 12,000 worth of shirts all the time. They come in 3 weeks and we sell them. We make a fortune on shirts on we make a fortune. Well, I can't understand how the PTO, it's so.
We're gonna go ahead and push it to 11 now.
They don't want to write the check.
I guess it's a lot of swearing. So 11 o'clock, we can't begin because we're welcome.
Yeah, that's my goal, is getting new shirts. But so what we had, and wrote it especially, every Friday was spirit. We had a love shirt, whatever shirt, you had to wear your shirt. You had to be shirt. The staff was black. Staff had our own staff shirt. So when they popped your head in your classroom, like, oh, Miss Reyes, I have my baseball shirt, I have my shirt on, like 10 of my kids have my shirt on. So I have like 80% of my class, 5th grade. And then they would do all the grades and they would calculate it. It's like, hey, the winner this week is 6th grade. Like, yay! And then 6th grade got the ice cream drops at lunch the next week. But it drove t-shirt sales, which is kind of insidious, but it drove fundraising PTO do things for school. That kind of sure. And then as a staff member, every school I've ever taught at has given me at least one. I usually want applying 2 or 3 more. But after like 3 years, you start getting your rotation. And like this year, well, this year's different than last year. And you get like the OG, like, oh, we have the 3/4 sleeve, like the OG shirt. I've been here for 4 years. But it just became like every Friday, you just wear your school shirt. What was great, so the last high school was amazing. It was Wednesday was college shirt. Just wear your college shirt. Whatever college you went to, college shirt Wednesday, tropical Thursday, and then it was school spirit Friday. So like 3 days out of the week, I have like a class. Doing the thinking. The kids got to see. We were going all the schools and all the staff. We went to college. Schools we went to. You start talking about all these. I got multiple colleges. So yeah, I got my master's from here, I got my bachelor's from here. Yeah, there's multiple ways of paying for this. So but that's what I'm trying to do. But the fair thing for the staff is not to require insurance to give you your first one. I don't understand how the day is freaking money. All the money that's provision wastes. They sink so much money. Why can't we buy you? And it could be the low quality, like the green polo with a pirate on it, like just like the bland, like this, just to see what just a bland shirt. You want a cool one, PTO happens to sell this cool one. But I think it helps when you check in, you get your keys, you get this, you get your brochure. Yes, everyone matches, your staff, yes. So, I know the superintendent's going. He was here. I was going to ask him. The amount of, and I was an SSA, so I know the amount of curriculum churn that they goes through. Throw out millions of dollars of books, brand new smart boards, replace the brand new, I don't know, Adobe board, because it's a different company. Spending all this money when your staff really wants. Yeah. Just felt like you're welcome. You're welcome orchard. But the more money the PTO has, the more fun things the PTO can do. Also talk to them about, like, instead of giving away $10,000 in scholarships to kids in college, maybe we can reinvest that money. Because one of the complaints I get is all these organizations keep all this money to the school, to the PTO. Like, why? Everywhere, again, it's different because it's government, but everywhere else, it's like, oh, the marquee, the PTO wants the PTO bought this, the PTO bought the science lab, brand new microscopes. We don't advertise it well. We also don't, like, people don't see positive results of their efforts, and so they just stop doing it.
Like one of the traditions of that was my first time teaching the one they offered, you got PTO and you got a free week.
Yeah.
So like I considered this harder. So they had
Like I like the book stuff. I think we get that going. Because parents are going to see Liam reads a ton of books and it's a $20 card. And I tried with him to do it. I was like, you give it to you give my oldest son $20, I'm not going to do what you stand. And I'm not going to have 2 of them. Not for you. That's an exception. I'm not sure it's like you're good, but they have their own reading program in the summer. We can't go. tired of this, you can't compete stuff.
Like, I really wish you could show me, like, the reading indicators, he's good, he's still clear, color, like,
Like the first card is anything, the second card for 6 and above is not investigators, it's a chapter book. I want you to read a remedial book. Your third card needs to be like at least 20 pages like this book. We have a library.
We library? I thought there was a name on the list, but.
As a librarian, cultivate, like, this is, you know, if you're on your 4th card of the year, you gotta read this section. Make it harder. So one thing I want to talk about.
Sorry, can I see the agenda again?
Yes, of course.
What are these? This is terrible.
Please make arrangements to be in the conference area at that time. Thank you.
Head over to the common area.
Not the commissary.
It's part of the scavenger hunt. Y'all have to find one feta cheese. Go. There's not. There's nothing. Oh yeah, since you guys were gone, they closed down the walk-in freezer and put all the food on the side. So make sure your bags of cheese are inflated like a balloon. Because if you look at the thermal, yeah, it doesn't mean you eat. So sometimes you get the milk in the back.
I wouldn't know the gay. It's all about jewelry counter. Yeah, he said like he had seen this with the I think I was there Saturday morning. He said last night, he said he went all the way down to the alcohol department. And I was like, well, I said, I didn't think they were. Coming back for the summer, I said, all the last of the teachers that needed to go back to break were on the flight list. They didn't have any food in their
They won't give us the number, but there's a couple hundred ice and something dark out of it.
They must have just, but I was like, we're gonna get people back.
Yeah.
I mean, they're trying to get these out. And not everybody was big. I didn't know.
Well, so they did inventory.
There were families and stuff.
We did inventory like 2 weeks ago, and in order to not have to count a lot of stuff for inventory, they just didn't do a barn. So at one point, you walked in and I wish there was a
I think you have to.
Saturday morning, I was like,
Kelly, can you see if we have everyone in the office?
Yeah,
Yes, I can.
Saturday was 2000. You were there.
yeah. And I didn't do that.
I have been to James.
Okay.
So forced you to do it. And so I learned how fast to do it. So I would buy a gift for counseling, so they would have to check me out. Because there's no one in there.
Okay. All right, everyone, we're gonna go ahead and continue. I feel like I'm at a press conference with all these microphones. Okay, well, as we begin our new school year, I would like to take this time to welcome all of our new personnel. So when I call your name, please stand and be recognized. Miss Rachel Stevens, 2nd grade. Yeah, I don't think she's here yet. Yeah, some of them, but they're online, probably watching us. Our next one is Miss Tiffany Melendez, 3rd grade. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Don't be afraid. Welcome. Miss Shayla Willie-Sutz, I believe she's, well, she is not here right now, but she will be momentarily. You know, the powers that be have to go through their motions. Miss Victoria Montes for science. Welcome. Miss Kathy Phillips, ELA. Where'd she go? Okay. We'll blame Carl.
Carl.
Mr. Michael Guthrie, video comms. Ms. Teresa Urquia, Spanish, and she will also be joining us later.
Maybe she's in.
No, she's still there. Where's she at? Mr. Leifheimer, PE and Health.
Coming on Friday.
Yeah, there you go. Coming on Friday. Ms. Gay Macon. And she's Axe. Welcome. Ms. McGibney in the Information Center, and I believe she's also coming this Friday. Ms. Brooke Schroeder, school psychologist. Now we have someone to go to. Mr. Andrew Jackson, our secretary in the office. No, he's not related to the president. Mr. Jason Bullard, our administrative officer. He is not here yet, but would hopefully be on board any day, week. Hopefully it doesn't go further than that. So as you can see, we went through quite a bit. We had a huge turnover, and we all know in Guantanamo Bay, there's always going to be turnover. There's not much we can do about it. All we can do is be very flexible and make this a learning environment, a working environment that you enjoy coming to work every day and being around the people that you love. And that is my goal as principal. That is Ms. Dr. Benton's goal as assistant principal, is to be flexible and make it worth your while here in Guantanamo Bay. So more to come on that as we go through everything, especially the handbook. Our district leadership, Mr. Ryan Smith, our district superintendent, who will be joining us sometime this year. Everything is up in the air with travel and, you know, the budget cutbacks and whatnot. And Dr. Angelo Barcinas, our interim community superintendent, and he's also the chief of staff for the Mid-Atlantic. He will be here this Friday for his official being here the following week. So we look forward for him being here. For those of you that are new, he was my predecessor. He was the principal before I got here. And our alpha team, myself, Chester J. Arizmendi, thank you. And Dr. Shayla Bitton, our assistant principal. Jason Bullard, our administrative officer. Carl Johnson, our IT. Andrew Jackson, our secretary. So that is the alpha team. We will be working and having weekly meetings to make sure that we are making ends meet and doing whatever it takes to make sure that our time here in Guantanamo Bay, like I mentioned, is a very cozy one. Our administrative officer, he's not here to do this, but just to give you a little snapshot, he is our property accountability. He will be responsible for everything that is of value here. Accountability is a bit of a mess right now, but he will get it all in shape. He will also be responsible for the curriculum materials and ordering, for supplies, for badging, logistics, building, and grounds. We are losing Mr. Micah, our facilities, what's his official title, facilities manager? Yeah, that title or that position has been depleted, so that is no more, and AO will be absorbing that as well as whatever they can sneak into us.
On that,
Go ahead.
I'm doing my best to get everybody's badges.
Over here for the ones online.
I'm working to get badges and keys ready to go to be signed out to everybody. This year, we're gonna have to have accountability, so you'll be signing an inventory sheet of what you have. So, when we do make that announcement, anyone who has their mailbox key with them, bring that with you, so we can go ahead and document that. But those hopefully will be ready this afternoon for pickup.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a work order that's been in place since October 2024. That work order is on getting new badges, because right now what you're having is a official temporary badge. When we get the machine working, everyone will get brand new ones with their face on here. I have Dr. Barcenas' face here. So that has not been working. That also is an issue with the marquee in the front. That's why you see it blank, because they're all connected, as well as the bells. And that is going to be a little bit of a problem, because as you know, we changed our schedule from block to the period type schedule. And we can't change the bell until that works. So that's a whole new thing we'll talk about later. Okay, our front office, right now we have the registrar position vacant. Miss Mary did a phenomenal job maintaining and improving and getting ready for Mr. Andrew, as well as the next registrar, and to help take care of us. Amazing job. I don't know, words cannot express how much she did. So we are very thankful, and Mary, if you ever hear this, we are very thankful for you. Thank you. Anyways, registration will also count as communication liaison and assist in the front office. That's for registrar. And our secretary will be handling payroll, substitute, leave requests, and of course, everything else that comes with the office. Technology, I don't think he's here right now, but it's okay, he'll have time later. Basically, Mr. Carl is assisting with technology tools in the building. He will be resetting passwords, managing servers and systems, maintaining network servers and printers, not the paper. And just to give you a little snapshot for this week, I think we need to get a monitor up there, that way I can see. Okay, so we have our breakfast, and before we go on, I want to take this time to thank Dr. Benton and Kelly, who did all of the cooking and putting together back there and making beautiful. So thank you very, very much for your time. And Miranda Engel for the fruit, which was delicious. It's always good to have things to remind us what it's like in the States. So again, thank you very much for that. I also want to give a shout out to Sherry Thomas for assisting with the centerpieces. No, they don't go home like birthday parties, they have to come back. But again, thank you for that. Okay, so our FAT training has been postponed due to a situation. That's going to be rescheduled, so that is going to help us catch up back on time. And then we're going to continue with the welcome back meeting. As you know, Tuesday and Wednesday, those days are strictly for your ISS teams. or any invites that you've gotten otherwise, so pay attention to your email and make sure you know where you're going for both days. We are not gonna touch you or have any kind of meetings, because anytime you have, because you and I know that sometimes the meetings are cut short, or, or some of you have different positions and don't require as much. Bottom line is, we're not touching you for anything. Whatever time you can make up in there is yours. All we do ask is that everyone follow the schedule appropriately, and I think I have it out on the other agenda. For lunchtime, don't exceed the lunch minutes, because it's not fair for some who may have the time. Well, use it in your classroom, and it's not fair for others, so we want to make sure everything is fair. Tomorrow, the only exception, and I hope you will forgive me for taking that little bit of time, would be the skipper's address at 3 o'clock, 1500. He, as you heard with the CMC, they are extremely supportive for our teachers and staff. So, whatever we need, there are always the go-to. And of course, there's always people above that, sometimes they can't make things happen, but they will do their best to, make sure it does. So he is giving up time from his very busy schedule to come and meet with you, talk to you, and I don't think it'll take longer than 15 minutes. Thursday and Friday are your prep times. You use them as you will. I think I have it on the schedule, the official lunch time, so just stay within that parameter. Friday is meet the teacher, and that's going to be from 13:30 to 1500. Now, I know there's been well, actually, I don't want to say parents, but there was a parent that reached out and was very concerned about the time available. Though I can't take away your time, because your prep time is for you to prepare your classroom. Doldea has instructed us to have meet the teacher between that time, and that's what we're going with. Now, if you want to make special accommodations for a parent or parents, that's up to you. But I am not going to mandate that in any way, shape, or form. If you want to do something virtual, that is fine as well. Again, because just like how the base comes out and does whatever they can for us, it would be nice to return that favor. If you want to do something, nice and outside of your time frame, it's up to you. But, think of it that way. Okay. That is not happening, so we skip that. Now, what we're gonna do, because we had a great lunch right now, I don't know about you, and I didn't eat a lot. I know some of you are like, whatever. I didn't eat a lot, but I think we're gonna push lunch just 30 minutes, but don't worry, you'll get that time back. That way we can start going through a little bit more and make room for the second meal of the day. Or if you take a nap, well, you'll be extra power nap. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and go in. Where is this clicking? Okay, there we go. I'm gonna hold this better. All right, so Doldea has released their 2025 blueprint for continuous improvement. And this is based solely on 4 major goals. When this was released by Dr. Narvaez during our conference, I was appalled. Well, no, I'm sorry. That's not the correct word. I was, okay, I can't think of a word. I said the wrong word. I was very excited, okay? Very excited, because everything that we have discussed is mysteriously in the blueprint. And I think that this is going to go hand in hand with everything that we want to do, because as you know, our SACS accreditation visit, the data says that WT Sampson is doing an amazing job. And the scores that we're going to get into from last year's assessment also says that WT Sampson is doing an amazing job. Now, there are a few little areas of concern. We will be working on that. But that goes without saying. So I'm going to share with you the first goal, student excellence. So what exactly does student excellence mean? Well, it specifies multi-tiered system of supports. How are we truly supporting our students in their appropriate tiers? How are you pulling the string? Imagine that you have a string or a rope, and you have your top of the class GT student, you have your average student, and you have your student that is having difficulties in that subject area. How are you pulling that string, that rope, that way they all continue to grow academically? What are you doing? What supports are in place? Next, future-ready learner. We are entering or have already entered into a new phase of education. I mean, COVID really changed things around. And now everything is going technology. As you can see or know, that was one of the areas that we all, including Dodea, need growth in. How are we truly using technology? That is a whole nother subcategory that we will be talking about differently. Student transitions. Anywhere from a student transition from first to second grade, with vertical alignment, transitioning from Guantanamo Bay to whatever she said, Evil Knievel, is that what you said? Iwa Kuni, that sounds like something from the Ewoks. How are we transitioning our students from one Dodea school to another, or even outside a Dodea school? How are we transitioning them from elementary to middle school, from middle school to high school? We're going to have, I'm just throwing it out there, that way you know, we're going to have a middle school and a high school meeting for parents and students. And we're going to ask some of the teachers to step in and give what the expectations are as a middle school student. That way they are successful and they know the beginning of the year. And the same thing as a high school student. What are the expectations? So that is coming about. I will tell you right now that's gonna plan to occur on open house. So we have to plan for that. Bless you times 2.
Thank you.
And then lastly, obviously, student transitioning them to the real world, like our graduates. Okay, we don't have to point this there.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so it gets in a little bit more detail. Okay, I guess I was supposed to do that first, but we already talked about that. Okay, go to school excellence. And this is a big one. Not necessarily where we have to, work very hard, but it's a big one in a sense because there's a lot of components to it. What does professional learning look like out of our campus? Now, just to throw it out there, focused collaboration has changed. The scope as to how it's going to be run has changed. The times have changed. Focused collaboration is required that it happens during the school day. So all of you are going to have that master schedule, and our counselors did an amazing job making it all work. Because at the end of the day, I know some people are like, oh, I didn't want this, I wanted this, but how? It can't work like that. We have to make sure that we put in the requirements. And one of them was the focused collaboration happening during the day and its system, as well as integrating professional learning for those early release days on Wednesdays. So making sure and working very closely with our CSI team to put together some awesome PLs. Also to prioritize instructional leadership. I'm telling you, all the administrators wanted to cry on that one. They, when I say they, I'm talking upstairs, said that, you know, they just saw it too much, too many times that administrators were being bombarded with unnecessary paperwork. I was like, they used my word, unnecessary. I despise unnecessary waste of time, unnecessary paperwork, unnecessary, teachers need to be here for X, Y, Z. No, we need to use our time wisely. So I had a little tear drop in my eye when they said that they're prioritizing that. Now what that means is they have taken away, at least that I know of, a good 30% of unnecessary paperwork from us. That way we can spend that time in your classroom. You're like, no, we don't want you in your classroom. And no, not in that capacity, but we want to be part more of to provide those instructional leadership strategies and be there during the learning process. So that's a very big thing. Goal 3, talent excellence. Perfect that we do this here because more than any, you guys have already seen Guantanamo Bay. We weren't lying, right? During the interview process for our new ones about what life is like in Guantanamo Bay. It wasn't a lie. So you came in and knew that most of what you heard was what was already said. Now there's a few little things that kind of developed over that period of time, but it's nothing that we cannot overcome together. We're all stuck in the same fishbowl, in the same situation. So we got to do whatever it takes to help each other, work with each other, and go the extra mile. So talent excellence, making sure that there is an onboarding program for brand new teachers to Doldea, teachers that are going from one Doldea school to another, and not just teachers, for administrators as well. Because there's a lot of things, y'all know, the first 6 months I was here. I don't know, ask her. I don't know, it sounds good to me, ask her. But as I'm going through this time and I'm learning everything, I just found out I have a conference I'm going to go to in October. And it's geared specifically for new administrators to Doldea. Because we can have the necessary background knowledge to answer your questions and be able to work the systems. Now, I had to learn the hard way because I learned most of it through on-the-job training and being there. There's still some things I really don't know. And if I don't know, I'm going to tell you, I don't know. Let me ask. But anyways, they're doing that as part of the onboarding program. One thing I want to do real quick, can I have all those sponsors that were sponsoring someone please stand and be recognized? You were sponsoring. You guys did an amazing job. I cannot believe the amount of support that these sponsors give, even their own vehicle at times. My sponsor was amazing. She lent me her Jeep until my Jeep got here. Yeah. But yeah, getting us all squared away to ensure that our time here in Dibmo is the best. So that is also part of the onboarding, at least for us. Employee professional growth. How are we truly growing our teachers? There is no such thing as someone, well, I know it all. We don't. We are all growing. You are growing in your field all the time. There's always something that is to be learned. Now, sometimes it's up to you if you want to learn it. If you're in the frame of mind, well, no, that doesn't work for me or whatever, you know, that's not really good practice because there's always room for improvement. So we want to make sure that all of our professionals are growing. And a leadership development program. There is a cohort, I believe they explained, or people who are aspiring administrators, as well as growing our own administrators ourselves. Geez, we have so many PLs just for us all the time as well. But it's a good thing. Why? Because there's always room to grow. Oh, I'm all backwards today. Okay, last goal, organizational excellence. How are we truly emphasizing that WT Sampson is an excellent and amazing place to come to school and come to work? One of the subcategories is communication. If you remember, because I've been told that from the very beginning, is that WT Sampson has issues communicating. Me coming in, I haven't seen any issues with communication. I think we do a great job. The problem is that we are giving a reason for someone to complain. All it takes is one person's bad experience to say, well, I don't have Facebook. I don't have an email. I don't, whatever. What we are going or have started already doing is ensuring that every single person knows our communication method. Number one, and I'm sharing this with you because you need to also be speaking the same language, is our website that will continuously be updated with any pertinent information. That is a go-to source. 2, our social media, Facebook particularly. Kelly does a fantastic job communicating things that need to be on there, letting people in the know. 3, their emails. Their emails are correct in Aspen. They're going to get all the messages of things that are going in the school. But they also have to check their email. Now, if you get that, Karen, I don't have any of that stuff. We have flyers here in the front office, and they're already there. Pass them out. There is no reason why no one will know what is going on at WT Sampson. Our teachers communicate weekly. They have their class syllabus, things we're going to go over. And by doing that and by speaking the same language, that's going to support our communication part of the organizational excellence. So at this point of time, like I said, we are making it known how we're going to communicate. Next thing, modernized use of technology. I would have to say, at least from the professional side, we do a pretty good job of that. We can say, okay, what about our kids? A lot of people are under the impression, well, they have a laptop, they do some games on there, mathematical games, that's integration of technology. Well, it's easier said than done, but not necessarily. If you've never been, and I hope not to put you on the spot, where is she? Ms. Quill? She's not here. Okay, perfect, she's not here. You've ever been to her classroom with the integration of technology? That is a pure, very good example of what the integration of technology is. So much before she even knows, we're going to ask for her to do a mini presentation on that. But that's later. And she's not here, so don't tell her. So we are a future-ready DODEA, because by every single goal and subcategory that we are working, striving, that is going to in turn ensure we do our part of making DODEA future-ready. So easier said than done. Those 4 goals were not hard whatsoever. It's things that you are already doing. But how can we do it better? How can we improve on it? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and let Shayla take over this part.
So are you tired of talking? So we met at our leadership and we got to hear what Odea's goals were, what New America's Region's goal, kind of trickle down the community and eventually our goal. So this is the American Region Director. I think y'all know Dr. Reiner. And she's been here, I think she came last 2 years ago to visit. But these are the focus areas from the blueprint that we can really hone in on. Multi-tier systems of support, you've heard that last year, you're gonna hear it again this year. That is gonna be #1 priority. Like Mr. Arizmendi said, taking that rope, how are we pulling all of the kids along? How are all of the kids growing? Systems of differentiated professional learning. They heard you on what you said for differentiated professional learning. And this week, secondary is asynchronous one day, synchronous the next. Same for elementary, asynchronous one day, synchronous the next. And they did that so that secondary can meet as a large group. We got flex labs set aside for you. Elementary can meet as a large group, work with your ISS, and then the next day you have those assigned tasks that need to be taken care of. So that's they heard you and they have addressed that. Instructional leadership. So like Mr. Arizmendi said, we were jumping for joy when they said they were gonna take some things off our plate. I was like, yes, this is great. Leadership development program. We have, and we kind of started this last year where we're developing teacher leaders. So we had several teachers in the building last year that were on the CSI team that hadn't been there before, that stepped up and delivered PL. They may not have done that before. They're, looking at things from that leadership lens of how can we grow as educators? We're professionals. Everyone in here has been to college. Everyone in here has degrees. You are professionals, professional educators. There's no reason why everyone in here can't step up and take on some type of leadership role. Even just in your neighborhood, reaching out, helping the person next door. They may be struggling with coming up with a strategy for a certain thing. They may say, hey, what are you doing with so-and-so? Because I can't get him to focus in class. That is helping develop that leadership from that person and just helping the people that you're around. System-wide communication, I have to agree with Mr. Arizmendi. We do a good job of communication, short of going to the door, knocking on it, picking up the phone and calling and doing a one-on-one personal informational session. And if you did that, they would say, where's the flyer to go with it? Or, can you email me that so that I can take a look at it later? So, it's a vicious cycle. Look what same vision, excellence in education, every student, every day, everywhere. And mission, educate, engage, empower military connected students. Yes, quick. Okay, the RSIP has been completed. I know last year we were waiting and waiting and waiting for this to be done. Finally completed, so that can be shared out. But these are the 5 main topics that you're going to pull out of it. MTSS, student discourse, benchmark phonics implementation, high quality instruction, communication, and engagement. You guys did a great job with upping our game in student discourse last year. That was really nice to see in our high quality instruction. We definitely saw those pockets of excellence. So now we want to take the pockets and turn it into a just great bag and
you know, we all jump in and enjoy that. District change vision, raising the bar, intentionally planning to close the gap. The intentional planning to close the gap is going from that app student to that really low performing student. What we're seeing on the bar graphs is that our app students, they continue to go up. We do a very good job. But our low students are dropping. They're not performing as well as they were a few years back. So we really have to take a look at what's going on there. Do we need to tweak a little bit in the classroom? Do we need to figure out, does that child need more support? Are they getting too much support? Do they have a crutch and that they know that person coming in to support them is giving them everything they need? Because that doesn't develop that independent learner. It gives them the support to get the answer right, but we need to also, back off just that little bit sometimes and let them work for it, let them take ownership of their learning. And these are all the goals that have been established by the Mid-Atlantic District, and it's 1%. Improvement band, 1%, reducing non-proficient students. Band 2, anybody greater than 35%, we're looking at a 2.5 reduction or change. Because when you take from one, you're giving to the other. Which I'm really excited that they have one goal for both ways, because before we had 3 goals of improvement and then 3 goals of taking those lower kids and reducing the number, or the higher kids. I mean, it was confusing. This is definitely more streamlined to take a look at. And then the improvement band 3 is that 35, greater than 35%, looking at that 2.5% adjustment. Yes.
I don't understand this, I'm so sorry. Which band are we in?
There's 3 different bands. You have to go into the bands to take a look at it.
Yeah, we're gonna discuss that in the data session.
We're doing a data dig later on, and so we will get more into this. This is just to kind of give you that mindset of, I'm not looking for the 2 goals that go with this one thing. It's one goal now, and it will address both of them.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and pause for lunch and ask for you to be back at 12:30. So if you want to go ahead and break for lunch, we'll be back at 12:30. Those of you joining us online, thank you.
And since I don't have all this stuff.
Are you just gonna stay on until?
Yeah.
Maybe you wanna put a message in there. We're breaking for lunch.
Is anyone going to lunch anywhere? We're going somewhere. Oh, there's a chat.
Taco Bell, KFC.
Okay. I can with you. Really?
No, it's not. Trust me. But I mean,
I love Texas.
yeah, it's something else.
Yeah. It's, yeah. I like the place over
Is that what the mom is?
yeah, is that what it is?
I couldn't stand that place when I went.
I thought it was a vegetarian. So where's the place that's good? Yeah, Do you want to look at the other slides, the PDF versus that?
Yeah, yeah. When you, versus personnel handbook, I'm gonna use that instead of. Yeah, because I still need to make sure. And handbook will do like.
So I can use it to like. Or yes, yeah.
Sure. Talk on the table in front of me. Okay. And something will do that. So it's on a legal part, like one of those gray. Yeah. So if you give me a card too, I mean, I'm happy to put it on. I need to finish, I never come here, and then I would give you a green card. I'll just bring it down there, and it's third, fourth, fifth, and whatever. That's why it's, yeah, I'm gonna get it. We tell me you're all over the collaboration space table and that kind of stuff, and so I would want to start to deal with it, but. I'll be back whenever she brings me back. Right, my God. This is where I fell into. So I still can't straighten, so now I'm in physical therapy. And then when I do my it's like, this is something in my life. Nothing's gonna be using food. Not that we know yet, but I'm not really. It's just nice to have like a quiet space for them to do the testing. We got 2 PTs coming, so I need to get with both the teachers and, because I know they don't like both classes at the same time with gym. Right. So we understand. So one might want to continue with shape, and they may not. I've got all the standards that she started with. So, what would be next? Oh, yeah. So a lot of that was new to me too. Okay. There's a lot of people that. When you see like people really, you see like the basic situation. Because it needs to cut down. But, you know, that's just like fire to the face.
because of the health, because if you're not paying attention, you're not
It was paying this, farmers would only pay junction for community. We had to have a community day. But we already had a community ed account and we had, but to get his first transfer of money from community to community ed, so we have to go and get a money order from community. And take that at first. And I was like, why can't we just use it? Like, he has to take it from like, they can, they can.
And you guys have been doing all the cities with cash. All the cash, I'm like. So I had to go to the toilet to get everything changed out, and then I was going to get the bills to go get community aid. And we took that. Because we have a community aid account, but I think because they closed for that little day, so I was taking care of it.
Is there stuff that we send along for?
Because someone sent me an email about that, so I can.
For the rest of things, is it still all right to just send you the link to the folder where I keep them all for the year?
Yes, as long as I can pull it up, but it needs to go in that folder that we share. Because I sent you a folder to share with me.
Oh, okay, so it needs to go in that folder, you sent it to me on 2 weeks ago.
Or email. It may have been Teams, because I put share and then it's Mr. Arizmendi, myself, and you, and that's it.
Okay,
I didn't want to give everybody access to everybody's,
yeah, that makes sense.
so.
Anybody know who else? I heard it a little bit.
in the fact that they supported the rest of the county. Have you seen the floor? I'm sure you have. Yeah. You did a great job. Yeah. That needs to be done for every single song. I don't know what the contract says, but we really need to have that happen.
And then you would go in and then I go to. I'm pretty in for all schools.
No, I mean, that's not really their business.
None of the better.
No, they're just gonna, excuse me, send a form out and say, rate this person. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Shoot.
Like her creativity was studies. And I will be to. Do not expect me to make business studies and it will probably be 10. I'm very big. Yeah, I'm not the guy. Don't think. For a while, you're really good at who I am. And I don't know where I am because, you know, I'll be the I'll balance it. You can get some money. I didn't learn this year. I had
You'll hear crackles all the time. Yeah, you're good. There was facilities and, yeah. I know. It's non-workable.
But I started right before spring break, and I want to say that I'm on fire. I was like, why would we not start this together? It was so much.
Yeah, I sat on the couch with my cat. That sounds real when myself and brother. Yeah. I checked on
Okay, so if anybody's looking for you, okay. Nope. I'm glad at the beginning.
Are those good?
This is like
Yeah.
candy.
So
I'll bring you
should
one.
stay away from it. That's what you're saying.
No, I don't know about the milk component. I know about the flavor. They have a cherry slushy.
Yeah.
It's good. Who introduced me was one of the people that came here with Tanya.
Yeah, may I pick it up?
Yeah.
But it's an energy drink, right?
Yeah. But they have the cherry slushy. They have orange. They have that one's my favorite.
I actually found it.
I'll bring you one. It won't be
Does it,
until
how
the
does
end
it
of the week.
compare to a Red Bull?
They're different. This is more like a juice flavor with carbonation.
I'm saying as far as the energy wise.
Oh,
do you
I think it doesn't affect me at all. I only
that
drink
one
because
doesn't affect you?
These don't affect me.
Energy drinks don't affect you?
If you have
That means
ADD,
you've been
it's
drinking
like
that
that too. I'm going with it. ADD people at least it's like the opposite effect. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I got you. So, but yes, probably because I drink it. I like this flavor. Energy wise, I don't drink them for that because there's like no calories and no carbs.
I was going. You gonna keep it up?
I don't know, my hair's like dry now, so I may not.
Right.
I'll probably go back to my little cheap one that I use here. I use $7. That one doesn't make my hair
Right,
but thank you. How do you feel?
It's good. I would rather be back. I can't stay at home too long.
That's
I can't stay at home too long. You can't start getting on your hair. You don't have a house.
I like you. You like to sleep. I can go either way. Last time I do, I do.
I can actually do so much stuff. And then I just run away for a whole weekend and don't come back to my home. I'll be back.
That's good.
Very true.
That's brilliant.
Oh,
you want to be? He's hungry. I don't know. But this is my last one, so Thursday, Friday is views for the next day or two.
You got what?
I have a staff that views for the next day or two.
Oh,
I don't have to go to the store.
I gotta go to the store anyway, so I just remember that I gotta go to the food slide.
Oh, for Baby Z.
Sure.
Okay, we'll go ahead and begin. First of all, for those of you that were here by or right at 12:30, thank you. I know it's not a lot, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or 5 minutes. But it's not fair for the ones that cut their lunch short to make sure they're back here on time. So we need to make it fair for everyone. So, I mean, this goes better with, well, this aligns well with expectations for the school year, which is our topic right now. And that's my expectations for all meetings, all returning back from lunch break, is to be in your place, ready to go by the designated time. It's like we tell our students. We tell our students that you need to be in your classroom by 07:55, ready to receive instruction. Well, in this case, seminar. So we ask the same thing for all professional employees. You know, sometimes I know things may happen, that's fine, but if you plan it out purposely, you know, you have a better chance of things working out. For example, I didn't go home today to go see my daughter, make sure she's good for lunch, because I anticipated that I may have questions which would delay my time of making it back, which would be a poor example for you. So I didn't do that. But I do expect for everyone to make the appropriate plans and be back when they're supposed to be back. That way it's fair. So we'll let this one slide, and we just ask for everyone to maintain being on time right when we announce. Thank you. Okay, so as we mentioned, the agendas, this is a little bit specific. Everyone should have received this. If you have not received this, I know some of you might not have emails. Please let Dr. Beck know and she will get it to you because it has a lot of important information. And as you see, lunch will be on your own. We didn't put a time because some of you may finish earlier than others and may want to start your 45-minute lunch. And like we said, don't exceed that because it's not fair for those who won't have any time. Yes. To accommodate additional time in your classroom, no other training or meetings will take place other than your assigned CCR training. You may use this time to prepare your classroom. The only other exception is the time that you'll give the skipper tomorrow at 3 o'clock. and it should not take too long, but he's always a joy to listen to. And then Thursday and Friday, you'll be unpacking and setting up for lunch. And then meet the teacher officially, is it 13:30 or 1300? Okay, I don't know why I'm getting all my 13s confused. 13:30 to 1500, I put 15:15. Will be meet the teacher. Okay, go ahead and scroll down. Okay, so in lieu of going over the personal handbook, I've opted to use this because it's a very close-knit survival kit of the major expectations. Of course, they're not all in here, but the major ones that we ask for you to make sure you pay special attention to, because we've noticed that it has been somewhat of a concern in the past, or it's just important information to have. We'll cover the parent-student handbook in a little bit last, but I just want to let you know that like we have this sent out. Maybe you've seen it, especially if you have students here. We've sent out a beginning of the year information packet. And parent-student handbook is online. We're going to ask for every family needs to read it and sign it digitally. And that information is going to be made available on our digital list. Basically, it's letting them know of all the expectations, and when they say, I didn't know, we pull out the book and show them. Okay, beginning of the year housekeeping items. There are links to the calendars and master schedule. Of course, that is subject to change with anything that may come about, but that is pretty firm at this point. There's also a link to the calendar. So if you want one of those colorful copies of the calendar, it's right there. And like I mentioned previously, it's very important to notice that the master schedule was designed first and foremost to meet the needs of our students, not to make the teaching life easy. We try to accommodate that, but sometimes it's not always possible. Also, to ensure that it meets the DODEA requirements for focused collaboration. During the composing of the master schedule, requests were considered, but not always possible, just like I mentioned earlier. Yeah.
The mastered schedule can be found under our team's profile, and general should be pinned to the top. It is not downloadable at this time. So once Friday gets here and all of our schedules are 100% for all of our students, then we will go in and make that downloadable so you can download, print out what you need to print out to have for your use. But until then, we want to give the counselors that opportunity to make sure everybody's schedule is complete. Most secondary students have been in and met with them, so we'll give them the week to finish this up, and then you'll have access.
Thank you. Duty hours. The official duty day is Monday through Friday from 07:35 to 15:15. Now, you can thank Dr. Benton because she really cheerleaded for the teachers to have, at least the bulk of majority of the teachers not to have duty in the morning. But as you know, we're doing breakfast, offering breakfast, and with breakfast, it's going to be a change in procedures. So basically, students come in, they're eating breakfast. If they're not eating breakfast, they're going secondary. Will be reporting to the gym under supervision, of course, and then the elementary students we elected right here in the front. And we're going to see. That should not be a problem, but the backup plan is that you're going to have to be in your classroom by a certain time or on a rotating schedule in the neighborhood. Which again, we don't want to do that because we want to allow you the time to come in and get ready for your day. The only exception would be the specials, I believe, and maybe those that don't have seminar in the beginning. we'll need your help in the beginning. But again, more information will be disseminated. That way you know exactly who you are. Okay, why did I say that? Okay, yeah, the duty day. All personnel, you're required to fulfill your duty day in accordance to your schedule. If you must step off campus for whatever reason, make sure you let an administrator know and that it's approved, then you may leave. If you do it at the last minute, don't expect a last minute answer because we don't live by the computer. Appointments are encouraged to take place after the duty day. Please be mindful that any time after a 59-minute absence will require a half or full day absence. That is a DODEA policy. There are exceptions that I make, and that's part of being in a flexible environment with our unique situation that nobody else has anywhere else. So that being said, as of now, I mean, if you need to take something that takes 60 minutes, I'm not gonna make you take a half day. But if it is on a regular basis or we're just having a lot of issues getting a sub, you may be required to put in a half day. That is the general status. But as you know, last year, I think it worked out fine. Most of the time, it kind of helps me with a yes, if you're able to get someone to cover your class. And we, a lot of times, have that because, again, we're small classrooms, where it's the dream learning environment. You know, you can get others to help out, and, you know, we'll go from there. But I don't want to scare you with that. I mean, that's what everybody else coming from other schools, you know what I'm talking about. That's how it is. But here, I do make exceptions to help all of us. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just wondering about, administrative days, like my, housing appointment is at 2:40 on Thursday. That's part of the school day. Do I have to put administrative leave for that?
Yes.
So for those at 2:40, you want me to put administrative leave?
No. If you have an appointment with housing, good question. The question is about her housing, if she has an appointment or whatever the case is. You know, we will allow you, you just have to put in an approved leave. Put in a leave and it will be approved. We do ask if it's possible. We know it's not always possible, you heard this morning. But if it's possible for you to do it without you losing much time at work, even though you're not paying for that day, we are, it's much obliged. Because it's, you know, it's only gonna help the rest of us.
It's this week though, so
Yes.
there's no students. You still want a leave form for the 45 minutes?
Well, yeah, you'll have to do administrative leave. But again, the only burden on your part is that you're gonna have to fill out that paper. Any other questions? Okay, key distribution. Like we mentioned, due to a major issue with our digital badging system, I think we fixed that, right? Temporarily.
I got to get stuff together and I'm hoping to get these out today.
Okay, Dr. Bett is hoping to get this out today. During the last update with this, that wasn't the case. It was that all your IDs from last year were clicked. So we were like panicking, but it's somewhat taken care of. Communication, and this is for us. WT Sampson will be using email for official business. Emails are required to be reviewed at least once in the morning upon starting the day and again before leaving the work day. You do more, that's the merrier. Teams will be utilized as a platform for short messaging and reminders and stored information for sharing. The general channel, that chat, will be used to share important announcements. The files and the folders, a continuity binder process will help organize all our school-related information, keeping in mind that PPI must not be included unless it is located in a private channel. You will notice that throughout this document, most documents are linked to a location. So we invite you to start going around once you receive that invite, and that way you know what it looks like. All personnel are expected to respond to parent and or student emails within the following business day, unless you're on leave and may add a business day upon returning to work. That is all due courtesy you know, that was one of the items, I emailed a teacher and they never responded or whatever, you know, just respond. It's, you know, you don't know the answer, I'll get back to you or whatever, you know, it just makes somebody feel better. You know, and again, we are also customer service, just like CMC was saying this morning. They're customer service for everyone here on base. We're customer service for all of our parents and our students. So let's give them that good customer service. Okay, meet the teacher is scheduled for Friday, 13:30 to 15. Information, now this should be information pertaining to your class. You should have a class syllabus ready to give out, to pass out. Information, methods of communication, the skills that they're gonna learn throughout the year, potential events, homework, your discipline process, classroom procedures and policies, whatever that you feel is relevant. It's not a time to have a sit-down parent conference. If they want that, they need to make an appointment. So you need to be able to get them in and out. Good thing is, we're not like one of those schools where we have 30 kids in the classroom at every period. That's not gonna happen. You have small classes, it should be relatively easy to get everybody in and out. Any questions? I'll meet the teacher. Yes, ma'am.
So do you want an evening after school started, or this is the one?
The question is, are we doing one in the evening? I would have liked to, but unfortunately, no. They said just this one. The one and only.
Open house in September.
Yes.
That will be in the evening.
The open house will be in the evening, and that is required. And that's also what we're gonna be doing, what I told you, the transitional meetings for elementary to middle and middle to high school.
Some of that information is redundant, like you give it out now and you give it out then. So I just want to say that.
However you feel that it's best, as long as people going in know what to expect.
But last year was more just me keeping up on your stuff, and we saved the handouts until we did us.
If you feel that's more accommodating for you to hand out most of the stuff on open house, so be it. As long as teachers, parents, students could come in and say, I got to meet so-and-so, this is what they look like, this is what they expect of me, I'm excited, ya vamos. That's cool.
And if there's any information for students that they need that first week.
Yeah.
And this pertains more to secondary, probably more than elementary, just, make sure they're tracking and aware, like the binder systems. Doing the binder systems, make sure they're bringing their binders in, their folders, everything else to get set up. So, it should be a simple meet and greet, yes.
And we will have, obviously, people that are not here, or teachers that are not here yet, will post a sign and, some information about their classes. Substitute folders, the process, let's just make sure that we do it. That we have lesson plans set up, emergency lesson plans for your classes to keep them engaged and occupied. Crossword puzzles, stuff like that, come on, give them good quality work that they can work on. I used to do my lesson plans, sub-plans every week. That way, they would have an updated folder on whatever we were covering for that week. In the unlikely event I had to be out. Okay, go ahead and go. No, go back up, because I can finish the second column. Okay, yeah, and then you have the other things that are required: nurse flips, discipline forms, health concerns, special accommodations, 2 or 3 emergency lesson plans, helpful tips, point of contact, everything that they need to know for it to be a successful substitution. School-wide expectations, as we mentioned, that we will be implementing every aspect of the Doldea blueprint into our decision-making, into our climate and culture. That includes artifacts throughout the campus. When someone comes in the building, I want them to be able to say, this is very aligned to the blueprint. Look at this, look at that, look what they're doing, and stuff. All of that good stuff. We're gonna be doing promotional, video or marketing videos. I spoke to Kelly about that, we talked with the comps teacher to get all that worked out, and maybe have the students do that. Okay, student discipline. All teachers are required to have a classroom management plan that is fair and consistently enforced. Sending a student to the office should be a last resort. If a behavior is severe and communication of this behavior has already been addressed with the parent or guardian, then include that information in the writing of a referral. I should not get a referral for something that should have been handled at your level first. Now, of course, there are exceptions. If there's a fight or someone does something dangerous or makes a threat or, something in that aspect, there is a stop, do not collect $200, that type of deal. But for your typical classroom management, everyone should have that in place. Parents should always be communicated to. Because if there's one little pet peeve I have is when I get a parent, I speak to them, oh, this is the first that I've ever heard of this, or whatever the case is. So please make sure that you are the first resort. Same thing, even though this doesn't necessarily go with this particular moment, but if I get a parent that asks me, and I've had, concerns with a particular parent or teacher, I would have you spoken to the teacher? No, okay, goes fine, speak to the teacher. Talking to me first is nothing, it breaks the chain of command. It's easy to get them to know that because, being in the military. Just say that's the chain of command. Go speak to them first. In one instance, okay, well, I want you present when I speak with them. Well, that's kind of a slap to the face. You can speak to them first by yourself. Okay. Principal and assistant principal will handle the discipline referral. You need to send it via email. We'll make sure you have a copy of it. An administrator will handle at the first available opportunity. Do not send an unaccompanied student or without a completed referral to the office. We need to have a referral. There's nothing worse than having a student there sit there and they tell me their side of the story. They're the innocent victim. It's the teacher that's out to get them. I like knowing what the issue is before I do my due diligence with discipline. So make sure we have that before you send them. And if you need to send them, make sure that you send them with someone, not a peer, with an employee. It's best if it could wait, just wait. We get the email, we'll get to it within the hour at the most. Okay, and of course, if you have any issues, you can always just call the front office. Everyone has my cell number. And you can also send me a text or a Teams. I'm starting to use it a little bit more, guys, by the way. Student dismissal. Make sure you know how your students will be going home. You must confirm this information with your parents once you get their contact information. Make sure to include this in your sub-lesson plans and the front office. Whenever parents contact to change how a student will go home on a specific day, please make sure to inform the front office. Student early pickup, no later than 30 minutes before dismissal time. Parents must sign out in the front office. Transportation changes, this will be updated. I believe Leanne gave me some information, but the parents will contact the school via email. I believe there's email address, is that what you told me? Yeah, so I will be updating that for you. And then we'll also include for them to email the teacher or CC or whatnot.
Can I just interrupt for a second? Anisha and I are going to both be doing attendance for the foreseeable future. So if you know somebody, if a parent obviously emails you, that typically happens before they email the front office, just let us know so we can keep track of it.
Do we still have the attendance email?
Yes, but a lot of parents just email, especially the younger ones, just email directly to the teacher, and they don't include that, so just forward it to us.
Forward it to them, and there's also an attendance email you can forward it to.
Yeah,
Thank
so that'll be helpful, thank you.
Kelly?
As a secondary teacher, and this may sound like a crazy question, forgive me, I need to know how they're going home.
Like we need to know how each of our students are going home as well?
It's good for you to have that, that way you know, just to know. But it's not the same as our little ones. I forgot what I was gonna say. It'll come back later. Annual mandatory trainings, we'll be sharing that as it becomes available. Attendance must be submitted daily by 09. The SRP poster for standard response, you will be given a copy of it, and you can pick that up and post it in your classroom.
Who does not have it posted in their classroom?
What is it?
It's not
I have
in an emergency.
I have an idea.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you'll find out soon, so you can just check your classroom.
Check and see, because I know Mr. Cookboy did an excellent job of making sure it was posted everywhere, and he went through and updated. This is actually the older one, the new one has 5 maybe. So, yeah, pay attention to the, if you've got 4, let me know, but just make sure you have 5.
Tsunami?
Never know. Never know.
Huh? CSI district and school-wide expectations. Again, the focus of the integration of the blueprint, following guidance from the district and the RSIP committee, continue planning for PL opportunities, utilizing the CSI team, and also moving towards the DOLEA MTSS framework and elements of HQuip. And we'll be discussing those two as we go through the year. Okay, go ahead and go down. Okay, engaging, okay, I think that continues over. Let's look at IEP. Something we're going to be doing a little bit different this year, and it's extremely doable with such a small campus, is what I call IAPs, individual academic plans. So they're somewhat of like a data tracker. You start off with knowing where a student is at and where they need to go, how you're going to grow them. It's a triangle partnership because you will be meeting with the student, and the parents will be notified, and administration will be involved with as many as we can help with. Just to show that shared approach in wanting our students to grow. Like Dr. Benton mentioned about the focus is going to be primarily for those ones on the bottom that are not moving or that are regressing. What are we going to do to pull them forward? We're not looking for a miracle to make them pass or get a high score. That would be great. But what we want to see is that I started here, and at the end of the year, I am here. Because if you look at some of the data, when we do our data detection, you're going to see students that went backwards, they regressed, or they didn't even move. We want to see that we are developing the student as a whole and that we were growing them. So that's a whole new plan, a whole new session that we'll have a separate workshop on. Co-teaching. Our plan was for the co-teaching model to be used throughout the whole campus. Unfortunately, you see, we didn't even get what we wanted. That was not doable just because of the schematics of the classes, of what certain students need, and a whole laundry list of things. But we were successful, and we can even consider this a pilot for two subject areas, for science and social studies. So those are in secondary. And so for those two teachers, they will be co-teaching one course, and they will be lesson planning together, debriefing together, planning activities together, and so on and so on. There will only be one teacher of record, because in my experience, having more than one hand in the cookie jar, figure of speech, could mess things up. So only one teacher of record, And, but you both are working together as a team. So we're doing this for science and social studies, and, you know, maybe we can focus a little bit earlier in the year, planning a master schedule to see how well we can, you know, do that for the other subject areas. We kind of threw this at the counselors, like, when on their way out on vacation. Okay, bye, oh, by the way. So, for elementary, there's a different model that's being utilized, and when we get to that time, Dr. Benton will explain that to all of you. Okay, expectation for classroom setup. I don't think this has ever been an issue, but clutter-free learning environment. Make sure your room is clean and organized, flexible seating arrangements. Tables and chairs are not fixed to one area. Your classroom should be set up for, especially in secondary, especially, it goes without saying. Your classroom should be set up to promote student discourse. How are you engaging the students with each other and working together and you know, all that good stuff. They should not be in that traditional classroom setting. That was when we were going to school. Nowadays, like we mentioned, that's one of the biggest things that have changed. Collaborative grouping, like I mentioned, of desks, so on and so on. I'm not going to read everything and bore you. You see, this is a little of the personnel handbook, just to kind of make things a little bit quicker. Okay, expectation with the rooms. Data display charts that are appropriate for the audience, understandable. Oh, look, that's me, I'm growing, or whatever the case is, or however you want to do it, that's appropriate. Student work display, not something that's there the whole entire year or semester. It should be at least every report card, if you will, every quarter. Have some new work displayed of what students have accomplished in your classroom. Dodea standard work, objectives, feedback, blah, blah, blah. Make sure we have our school and district mission and vision in our classrooms, our interventions displayed, blueprint, goals, and verbiage. We'll get you a copy of the actual blueprint. That way you have that. Instructional aids, did we cover that? No. Okay, learning objectives, everyone on the board. The I can statement, success criteria, essential question, all of that's posted daily. Centers, learning stations with signage, learning station management, rotation schedule, rubrics, teacher schedules are required to be posted outside the classroom doorway by the student's first day of school. Schedules must be current and reflect subject time and allocated content. These are DODEA required. It's not mine. It's DODEA. And even if it wasn't DODEA, I still would have required it. Okay, where are we? Expectation for accessibility. Digital tools are easily accessible to all students. DODEA adopted materials easily accessible. Resources are accessible. Okay, that word is repetitive. Unit planning required for all grade levels and is demonstrated through backwards design. And the big ideas, concepts per lesson with measurable outcomes utilizing best practice, instructional strategies, and MTSS. Teams, you may use your own lesson plans. I was going to come up with a lesson plan, but Dr. Benton told me no. She suggested that we give you the autonomy to utilize your own lesson plan. So I said, okay, why not? So you utilize your own lesson plan. If you need something, let me know, and I'll be more than happy to provide you with one. The following components are required. The unit essential standards, assessment plans, calendar, common weekly plan pacing, tier 1, progress monitoring, common formative and summative assessments, sharing progress, and reflective practice. You will be submitting your lesson plans or unit plans in your assigned teams folder. Dr. Benton is sending you an invite that way you can have your own personal space. And this will be due by the close of business Friday of the preceding week. For example, so your first week's lesson plans will be due this Friday by the end of the business day. And that will be for next week. Expectation for each QUIP. Plan Unit 0 to develop classroom routines, structures, and engage students. Provide differentiated instruction in grades K through 5. Okay, go down. Literacy workstations include listening, fluency, writing, reading comprehension skills, word work, etc., etc. Guided reading instruction includes the appropriate level text that matches the reader, and so on and so on. Again, like I mentioned, I'm not going to go and bore all of you with what you already know. These are the OBEA standards that need to be integrated into your lessons. And here is just a few examples. If you want some examples, some videos, and small presentations. Okay, focus collaboration 2.0. So all of this has changed, like we mentioned. You're going to have time during the day, with the exception of one.
Large group and small group.
Yeah, what she said.
Large group specialist and small group specialist.
Okay, I heard it wrong. Large and small group, those are the only ones that will have the exception. However, everyone else will be following it during the day. And your teams will meet with a minimum of 45 consecutive minutes. This will be on Thursday. And we want it on Thursday because we do it on Wednesday, guess what? It's a shorter period. So I want to make sure we maximize the time for focused collaboration. Even though it's not going to still be 100%, it is still an improvement. So we'll just take it as we will. They're happy with what we've been doing, so we will continue doing it that way. We will have broken up the expectation, like for elementary, lower elementary, and upper elementary will be 2 different groups. In secondary, you guys have been doing pretty good because there's 1 or more teacher for most. Where are we? Yeah, teams will schedule at least, like I said, a collaborative session for co-teachers of special ed inclusion classes. Specialists should be engaged in a focused collaboration process as special groups, and teams will use the America's Focused Collaboration Agenda for the agenda in minutes, and there is a link to it, that way you know what it looks like.
And it's new.
Yes.
They updated it.
They took out a lot of unnecessary things. Okay, she clicked on it, right? See if it works. Oh, deny. Okay. Well, we will fix that. Okay. Thank you, Kelly. Okay, go down. Oh, did I skip learning walkthroughs?
Yes.
Okay. Well, learning walkthroughs, nothing really changed on that matter. We will continue doing learning walkthroughs. We will be doing more. We are mandated to do at least 12 in 1 month, but to me, 12 in 1 month is not enough to ascertain information. My goal is to at least visit every classroom once a week, either for an unofficial walkthrough or a learning walkthrough, or even an observation. And that is just because my job is to be an instructional leader and to coach. And, it's important that we're in the classrooms and that we are part of the learning process. Okay, I think the rest of this is just, MTSS. That just tells you what we already spoke about. It goes a little bit more in detail with the different tiers, but we're not going to cover that right now. That's going to be a separate PL. Okay, other resources, leave requests, big one. And again, I wrote this. I try to be as clear as possible because this is how we can make sure that we do our job the right way as fast as we can. Because you don't want it done wrong, because you heard delaying. What happens if something's wrong? It could delay everything. So, this is the process. Please make sure you follow it, because what I started doing last year is I would just say, delete the email. They didn't follow the process, delete mouse. Because again, that just makes my job harder, so I need you to follow this process. Leave requests are sent to me only. Don't send it to anybody else. I know you like to CC people, but we have thousands of emails that come in. I'm not kidding you. I will get it. I will respond to you. I think I do a pretty good job getting it back to you really quick. But you never know. That's why I take the full time if I have to. Do not send to anyone else unless you're advised to. You know, if I'm going to be out for whatever reason, and I will be out. I'm going to a conference in October. You know, I may send out an email, et cetera, send to Dr. Benton, not me, whatever. The principal will reply within 2 business days with your requests and will include the admin officer, the secretary, and the assistant principal, because they do something with that later. What happens is if you send it to me and send it to her or to whoever, then it could get lost in all of those emails, especially with the new Outlook. I don't know about you, but I despise it because I've deleted so many emails by accident because they were on a thread. You know, so I'm using the old Outlook, but that helps, but it doesn't help completely. So it's easier just to follow the way I'm telling you. You're accommodating me because I don't mess this up for you. So again, so I approve it or deny it, but I think 99% of the times I approve it, and I'll send it to the AO, to the secretary, and the AP, and they each do their own thing. If this procedure is not followed, your leave will not get processed. Oh, I forgot to include, I also send it back to you. Sorry. I send it to you as well. I'm gonna have to update that. Any questions with leave requests? Yes, ma'am.
When you update it, will you update how you want us to put the file name, please?
Thank you. I forgot that. Yes, very important. Because everybody, well, not everyone, a lot of people use the same thing, leave requests, and then I have to go in and put all, it's easier just if you do it a certain way. Thank you for that. I will do that.
Thank you, because that helps the secretary, the registrar, the AO. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Space Age Travel. Please forward all requests to the secretary first. He is going to be the point of contact for Space A for WT Sampson. It's a little change, obviously, from last year, but last year we didn't have a secretary. So he's going to be doing all of that. When he's done, he will verify that it's accurate. He's human, he may make a mistake, especially being new, but he's going to review it first for accuracy. And then he sends it to me, because I can sign it one time, approve it one time, and it goes where it needs to go. If this procedure is not followed, your request will not get processed. Please don't send to me. Don't CC anybody else, because you're going to clutter and confuse on the email system. Yes, ma'am.
If they're sending space day requests, you want a leave request with that? You have to have a leave request with this. I mean, for them to be gone.
How did we do it last year? He always just sent me the form, and I assumed it was right.
When we process space day without leave, then you have to.
Yeah, because it's a valid point, but.
So we can review that and see what's going on.
Yeah, it's a valid point. Basically what happens is the secretary will process it, and he already has your leave papers, because you already sent that. So he's gonna process that accordingly with that. She just wanted to know if we should do it all at the same time. Separate is fine, I don't have a preference. Okay, then we have the Doldea employee resource page for, I miss whatever, denied access. Ah, okay, so there's all that stuff, which I myself need to look at. All right, any questions with what we've covered thus far? We're all okay? Like, is it summer yet? Oh, okay. Oh, I have an open door policy, guys. you know that, and if you're new here, well, now you know. If you have any problems, any concerns, come by and see me, okay? I'm gonna always sit back and I will listen to you. I might not agree with you, but I will listen to what your concern is, and who knows? Maybe I will take it into consideration. Because did I not say that none of us already always know everything? You know, my leadership approach is collaborative. You know, I love to take the information of other people before I make a decision. I may have my own reasons based on past experiences, but I do share that collaborative type of leadership. So again, please come and see me. Don't hesitate. Okay, thank you. Guess we'll go to the next thing. That was a short version of that. Okay, let's go to the communication to the learning community. We already discussed this. And that's just a picture. You can go to the next one. We said school website, Facebook, Aspen messaging system, and front desk. I think this will be a pop quiz for a prize later. That way we're all telling our learning community the same thing. Once we start speaking the same language, everybody, they'll catch on board and there'll be no more, hey, I don't understand WT, their communication sucks. You know, because I heard it, that was one of the first things I heard. School liaison office, that was another one. Okay, next. The news. School news will be posted on the school website and Facebook. Submit newsworthy events with the caption and the photo to Kelly. Kelly, you're still doing that, right? If you get the job, but I'm sure she would. Please submit it to her, and our website, our Facebook needs to be flooded in a good way with the good things that go on here, those pockets of excellence. That is something I don't think we do a good enough job of. We don't toot our own horns. I see amazing things in so many classes. I don't see any pictures of those amazing things. So if we don't share it with the community, what do you think people are going to think of WT Sampson? Oh, it's just a regular school or whatever. You know what? Somebody sent an ICE comment and I got it. And they said that we don't do anything here at WT Sampson. You know, secondary is just horrible. Their experiences for our kids. That why don't we just close the school down? I know, and of course they're anonymous. But I was like, well, sorry to hear that you think our school is horrible. You know, we have all the stuff that we have, which I labeled in there. And then I said, but if you're still so inclined to recommend that our school be shut down, I gave them the email to Dr. Navarro. Now, whether they emailed or not, I don't know. They didn't say anything. But, I mean, really? Now, what set that parent off? Why? Was it just pure hatred? Or are we truly not tooting our own horn? I get it. I know that there's limited things for certain things. I know. That's the biggest thing that my daughter has with coming here that I'm still working on. You know, she loves to go and compete and competitive and this and that. We don't have much of that. I get it. There's nothing anybody can do about it. But the best thing we can do is make this an environment where kids love coming to school every single day because of the people in this building, because of their activities that they participate. It's like being in a teen club, but instructional driven. That's the type of environment we need to do for our kids. Just like I say that type of environment I want for all of you guys as a work environment. And who knows, I might not be successful with some. I'm sorry, I'm not perfect. I can't please every single person in here, but I will try my very best to make it as amazing as I can. So I ask for you to do the same thing for your kids. Kelly?
Is it an appropriate time to talk about what we include with the new submissions, if we expect them to go together?
No, please go ahead.
All right, so did you probably, oh yeah.
For the people on my. Left, right.
Okay, thank you. So, as you know, I will be in the classroom this year, so I won't be able to come at scheduled times when you have these wonderful instructional lessons or events. So please submit stories to me via email. We'll probably have a Google form or a Microsoft form, and include the standard that goes with the lesson. Include photos, please, at this time. I will do my best to come during my plans, but I won't be able to come during when I'm teaching now. So include relevant information, what was the celebration, what was great about this lesson, so that we can communicate effectively to the community and celebrate, like he said. And then in addition to that, besides the standard, a quote from you about the lesson, and preferably a quote from a student, or give me some students' names that I can speak to, so when I see them in the classroom, or if I see them in the hallways, I can speak with them and get a quote about it. Dodea has been specific with the requirements that they do want quotes from teachers and students about each and every story. So then hopefully if it's like amazing, we can also forward it to Dodea Connects, because we haven't been as represented as we could be. And we got Sherry in there a couple times last year and someone else, but we do amazing things, and we directly need to tell it.
And thank you, that's great. And also, I've got a whopping 2 kids in my yearbook class this year, and so and that's makes it easier for me to get around and get stories and to include these things.
We collaborate, Paul and I collaborate greatly with the yearbook, social media, and also the newsletter. So as much as information you can give me, it can be bullet pointed. You don't have to write a summary, because I'm going to write it up, and that'll help. So thank you.
And just real quick, stay here. I want to publicly recognize Kelly, because her EDA on social media and all this stuff and recording and stuff expired. Like when? May? With everyone else. This lady has continued to do it without being asked. And thank you, Kelly. Thank you so much. So we're so glad that she's staying with us in some capacity. But we know Kelly will continue doing the good things that she does for our community.
The link you see here is for getting to know the crew, for faculty and staff. It's just a quick form. If you'll go through and list some things about yourself, we really want to showcase the talent we have in this room. I mean, you look around, we have some very well-educated professionals in here. And I was appalled because someone said they were questioning what we were doing during breakfast with the kids. Were they going to be allowed to run around the building and scream and yell and have recess? And I was like, where are they sending their kids? Because last I checked, this was a school with professionals. So no time have we ever done that. But I would really love to showcase each and every one of you to our community so that they realize, oh, wait a minute, they got a degree? Yes. Some of us have many degrees, but I want to put you guys out there and show the good things you're doing. So even the article for Kelly, or if you want to just kind of like a personal, quick get to know, that would be great too.
Thank you, doctor, for, I guess that's why they call you doctor, for coming up with that prescription to help our community feel better.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, weekly communication. Teachers, please send communication home about the standards topics you're covering with parents on all weekly basis. All great. Another thing I'm going to throw in there is, and I'm planning to do this too, like both of us, let's reach out to our parents from time to time and just make positive phone calls. Because you know, most of the time we call, it's because something that somebody did. Let's pick up the phone during your planning and say, hi, Mr. or Mrs. whoever. Just wanted to let you know that so-and-so is doing an amazing job in the classroom. He's not punching kids in the face anymore, but, you know, whatever, you know, and if they're not doing anything positive, try to find something. There's always something positive you can find. Yes, ma'am?
If we share our Google Classroom with them, because what you're saying right now seems like you're taking a lot of time away that I was planning on using actually developing lessons and sending this stuff, because basically, getting the Google Classroom and having the kids, all the information right there, just seems redundant to then do something else. We're sending you lesson plans, I've got 5 preps, I'm doing this. To me, I'm feeling a little overwhelmed right now with all the things you're saying. And I think that a lot of it is covered just because I'm giving this to my students on a daily basis. They're the most important focus. And it seems like this is taking the focus off of them a little bit, and it's worrying me a little bit, to be honest with you. I don't know if everybody else feels the same way, but I'm like, when I'm listening, I'm like, wow, there's so much paperwork here, and I'm really interested in educating kids, not doing a bunch of paperwork. So I'm just a little concerned, is all. So what I'm asking is, when we have a Google Classroom, and we set up all these, the questions and the standards and everything, including the parents, and does that cover this for us?
I believe that is communicating with the parent.
Okay.
If, again, this is just a solid format of what needs to happen. If you have a better way of doing it, like you're saying all the bells and whistles, parents, and the parents know, please access my Google Classroom. You're gonna see at any time X, Y, and Z. I'm good with that because you are communicating home about why. Don't overthink and don't make things difficult. Okay, school, weekly newsletter to include contacts, event calendar, contact information. That's on us. Next. Parent communication options, elementary weekly news to families to include, again, well, that's elementary, upcoming projects, tests, graded assignments, standards, all the good things. Let parents know what's coming up ahead of time. You know, especially here, you know, it takes time to buy things and get things. So give them the time that they need. Secondary, that will be covered in your syllabus, weekly information, standards, changes in pacing. You know, another prime example, just like she mentions. If you have a Google Classroom and you know, tweak it the way it needs to be tweaked, everything is going to be in there. Okay, and it's advised that you copy admin and all parent communications, just, you know, as a courtesy. You don't have to, but
You can have us as a student in your class if you want to.
listen. Okay, curriculum has been delivered to your collaboration space, so you can begin to pick, you know, look at that as soon as we're done. School day for all of us, 07:35 to 15:15. We will be meeting on Wednesdays for our PL in the afternoon. We will be having faculty meetings once a month. Focus collaboration will be during the day. CSI meetings will be twice a month, PD meetings twice a month, committee meetings 1 time a month. Everyone has something to offer, so please make sure that you serve on the committee. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I have a question about the focus collaboration during the day. What does it look like? I'm confused about it.
We're going to have a separate PL just for that. And then you're going to be paired up with your assigned teacher, which I don't have that information with me at the moment. But you're going to be paired up with another teacher or 2. And you're going to work on, you know, on the menu, on the agenda, everything that it states there. But we're going to go more specifically on that very soon. We're not going to have focused collaboration for the first, what did we decide? The first week? Yeah, and it may spill into the second week because we want to make sure that, because we still have other things we need to make sure that we shove down their throats before we get running off and everything. Okay? Okay, next, classroom checklist. Again, just make sure learning objectives are posted, evidence of student work, actionable feedback, digital learning, rubrics for assessment. We already covered all of that. Next. Documentation practices, make sure that you keep documentation on academic and behavior. Don't wait till the last minute or when you're asked for evidence via MTSS or an ARD or whatever. You already need to have documentation in place. So start documenting from day one. Aspen, same thing, documents, journal, you can do it there. Others who have access to the student will have access to the journal. Okay, classroom management, you just refer to the handbook. Again, I'm not gonna dictate how you are going to run your classroom. We're all professionals, we all took that class that, with classroom, management and whatnot. So you can come up with a plan. Just make sure that it follows the guidelines that I've asked. And if you need help, you can always come and see us. Due dates, first Friday, August 8th is the syllabus for first quarter, elementary, first month topics of learning. Second Friday, classroom management plan. Third Friday, emergency lesson plans, materials to cover these 3 days. And then a reminder that lesson plans are due Friday the week of the preceding lesson. And again, that's just another of what to include in the syllabus. Office hours, grading policy, behavior expectations, phone or earbud policies, dates and topics to be covered. Now, if you looked at I don't know if any of you saw the student information, it speaks specifically about some things. I think we'll go through that in a second. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, I have the clicker. Yes, ma'am.
I'm following you in the BOI, but it stopped. None of this is on it. Is there a different place that these reminders are? Because I was following you on the email and then it ended.
No, this is a PowerPoint.
Is it not? We did not.
No, that part is not there.
So this stuff is going to be emailed to us?
Yes, a link will be provided for the PowerPoint if you want a copy of it. Okay, let's take a 15-minute break, everyone. It's 1:34, 44. Let's be back here at 1:50, 13:50. Thank you.
Yeah, open your interest. Maybe last year it was
Thought we already did that. We'll see. I'm just going by with what the slide says. Oh, yes. Okay, before we begin, I just wanted to let everybody know, for those that are returning veterans and those that are new. I'm a very thorough person. I like to be very transparent to the extent possible, and let you know what expectations they are. Because if I don't tell you, then you will say, I didn't know. And I don't want to hear I didn't know. So it may feel like a lot of information. You may feel overwhelmed, even my returning ones. But it's just going through what everything is in the handbook. Now, most of the time, we continue doing our business as we do our business, and it's always on point. I don't recall a time last year when I said, you know what, we have to have a meeting because people are not getting it. I think my biggest people not getting things were the submission of leave forms, and that's the least of my worries. Bottom line is the expectations were there and people were doing a fine job. So again, this is just me being thorough. Don't feel overwhelmed. Okay, performance plans, DP maps for those of you. I don't know how